Alright, how are we now? Should be live, should have voice, should have everything. Everybody here? Everybody good? Alright, well, hopefully everything's good. Hopefully everybody can hear me well. Today we're going to go ahead and continue on our path down the main story quest line. There is an event going on right now that just started today. Yes, today. We will get to that next week, though. It's going to be some fun things. Now, first things first, I do believe that my very wonderful and excellent wife is going to jump on my other account and come and friend me. So we're going to wait around for a few seconds for that to happen. But look, they've decorated all the snowmen and all the balloons, and it's snowing in Eorzea. I think that's just happenstance that it's actually snowing. But let us see. Let me message her real quick. Find out where my other character is. Ah, wonderful. It looks like my bot is actually working. So we are going to wait here, like I said, just for a few moments. We're waiting for her to come through on my secondary account so we can actually friend them and I can get access to the house that we just bought. My crazy wife stayed up for far too long to take care of that. And actually, I'm going to jump over onto my stream elements real quick because it looks like my timers are off. Why is that happening so long? Yeah, we're going to edit that. Did not understand exactly what they meant by some of that stuff, so let's go ahead and take care of that. Do that. What we're going to do, actually, that. 500 there. We'll save this one. Save this one. Okay, so those timers shouldn't be ticking nearly as often now, so let's go ahead and take care of that. All right, and there's Sir Ariston. This is my character on another account. I do have multiple accounts. I did not do what they sometimes suggest and have one login with multiple accounts. I wanted to be able to log into my separate accounts separately. So this is him. He's a level 80. He's got quite a bit of rank on him. Let's see. View company profile. Free companies are independent player organizations. They're basically a guild. You get company points and credits, and we'll learn more about these later. But if I look at... Nope, I clicked on the wrong thing. Well, we're going to friend request him. There he is. Now he is a friend. He's got the nice orange banner just like Drageo does. And maybe now I can see his... I still can't see it. Oh well. I was hoping to show off exactly where or what all of his stats were, but it seems like I can only see the one if I examine them. So, and my wonderful wife is already allowing me to go into my new house that we just purchased. So we now have a shared estate at the Lavender Beds and a shared estate at Shirogane. This is the one that I have with my wife, who was able to purchase one, and this is the one that I just purchased with Sir Ariston. And like I said, you'll find all the little Aristons running around. So currently we need to go out to Vesper Bay. So we're going to grab Chocobo, and we are going to go over to Horizon. And out we go. And while we were running through the area, let me do a sound check. Does everything sound okay on the stream? Game music's coming through okay? My voice is coming through okay? I hear a hum. Hopefully that's a little bit better. All right. Alright, so now that we're out here, we have to take the rest of the journey on foot. So this is Horizon. Not a bad little place to go. Now when we run through here, we are going to have a couple of things on our hunt log that we're going to go ahead and take care of on the way. Really can't wait until we get to our the Grand Company, not the Free Company, but to our Grand Company. Alright, turn down the gain a little bit on the microphone. It seems like it might be causing a hum. Might have a solution to that here in the next week or so. Hopefully you can still hear me alright. But coming up on our right and our left is a couple of things that we need to hunt down. Here's the Scaphites. Again, if we go over to duty and recommendations, it'll tell us the things that we need. The bloated bogies, the Scaphites that are in front of us, the thick shells are over here to our left. We'll take care of those here in a second. But we're going to go ahead and take care of them. We're right here in the area, might as well. Stay out of the orange stuff. This should be our last one of these that we need, and then we'll go over, kill the thick shells, and continue on our way. And like I said, there's no reason not to do this. We're right here in the area. We might as well take care of it. Hunt log, thick shells. We'll take care of those when we go back into that area. Same with this one. And bloated bogey we're going to take care of here in a second. Now, some of you sharper-eyed people may notice I changed my layout a little bit just to try to make sure things were in a way that made sense, and that, you know, when I hovered over an ability, it covered up the map and the time, you know, not really needed when we're in the middle of combat, so I felt that was a little bit better than covering up party lists and things like that. We have one more item to go. It's the Bloated Bogey. We're going to run out and take care of that and then come back to this area in just a brief second after we get the Chocobo port. As I said, I'm looking forward to some of the changes. It seems like they may have made this area a little bit easier to get to. I'm not 100% sure if there was a Chocobo porter here before. I want to say there wasn't. And that the furthest you could go was Horizon. I think this is new. I would have to look that up, though. We'll take care of these just real quickly. We're going to go ahead and accept the quests. My dear, if you'd only spare a thought for style and coordination, I hope your garb holds up. Oh, actually, I didn't get to read it all, so let's go ahead and abandon the quest. And we'll pick it right back up. So if I had a glamour. Oh dear, dear, dear. This will never do. My sense of aesthetics simply won't allow it. How can you go out dressed like that? My dear, if only you'd spare a thought for style and coordination. I hope your garb holds up during a scuffle because there's little else going for it. That's it. I've made up my mind. From this day forth, I'll take it upon myself to save you from any more fashion disasters. Let me see. So much that needs to be addressed. Where even to begin? Be a dear and get me a drink. I'm feeling rather parched, and this is a matter best discussed over a glass of something cold. Just go into the Pist Peist and ask Fulslind. I'll have some blood orange juice, and tell her to make sure there's no pulp in it. Now off you go. And we're also going to accept Color Your World. You there! Yes, you! The decisively unfashionable adventurer. Gods be good. Never in my life have I seen such unapologetic focus on function at extreme cost to form. The mere sight of you fair makes my eyes bleed. As a lover of all things aesthetically pleasing, I cannot in good conscience allow you to continue roaming the realm in that sorry state. I believe your appearance can yet be salvaged through the use of color. I will teach you how to go about dyeing your outfit, but first I must have a drink. The heat has given me a vicious thirst, and I won't be able to talk for any length of time. Be a dear, and buy me a bottle of orange juice at the stall by the northern gates, would you? Once I have moistened my throat, we shall see to the business of remedying your appearance. Alright, so we are going to come this way and come get a blood orange juice. That takes care of that one, and we'll head over to the other stall. I think we need 2 of them. Let's see here. So how's that drink coming along? We'll give the blood orange juice. Oh, delicious. Nothing better on a hot day. Some say I have expensive taste, but life's too short to settle for second best. Of course, this extends to my choice of wardrobe, too. Now that I'm feeling refreshed, shall we get started? Do you know, dear, you'd look a lot less drab if you knew how to apply glamours. What's a glamour, you ask? Well, they use a glamour prism as a catalyst to project the image of one item onto another. It's just an illusion, mind, but very convincing. This means the original object stays essentially the same, just takes on a new appearance, that's all. Remember, if you fancy a change, you don't have to stick with the same glamour, just apply another one on top, or use a glamour dispeller to return the object to normal. Why sacrifice style for such humdrum trifles as durability or protection from bodily harm? Limitless possibilities for self-expression are just a couple of glamours away. Go ahead, give it a try. Do make it quick, dear, for my sake. Finding your uninspired attire more and more offensive with each passing moment. And we have completed a quest. Glamours are now available. So if anybody's played World of Warcraft, I believe this is like transmogrifying things. Glamour dressers in the inn are now available. You may use dressers to transform items into glamours and create ensembles for quick and easy use. Glamours allow you to alter the appearance of equipment through the use of illusory magic. To change, you right-click and cast Glamour. Casting Glamours require a catalyst known as Glamour Prisms. Please note that, for the illusion to take effect, you must be able to equip the gear whose appearance is being projected. So, as a fighter, I can't wear glamours that are mage-specific. Glamoured items cannot be sold or traded. Furthermore, the item lending its likeness will become bound to you. With these conditions in mind, by using glamours, you can always look and perform your best. And the glamour dressers. Is your inventory cluttered with gear you're only wanting to wear on special occasions? Are glamour prisms causing you headaches? Glamour dresser have been added to the inn rooms across the realm to make applying and managing glamour gear more intuitive. Start by adding gear to any glamour dresser where it is instantly transformed into a glamour. Next, use your glamour plates to create a full set. We're not really going to get too much into this. Just because it's not needed at the moment. Most people don't worry about it until the very end game unless they find something they really want. I'm going to come here, we're going to purchase an item, and we need orange juice. So there's our orange juice. Pray tell, have you brought my orange juice? Lest you have forgotten, the merchant who sells it can be found just inside the northern gates. Yes, I have your orange juice. Whew! Well, that's a relief. Finally, I can teach you how to bring color into your life. Listen well. There are handy items called colorants, which allow folk to dye their outfits a variable rainbow of colors. These colorants are so simple to use, adventurers have no excuse to be fashion unconscious. Lest you worry that dyeing will affect your garment's precious properties, you may rest assured it will not. The practicality you adventurers love so much will not suffer for the change in appearance, a change for the better. It should also gladden you to know that garments can be dyed repeatedly, so there is no fear of getting locked into one color. The garish pink that seemed like a wonderful idea after a dozen glasses of red can be undone. And that is all you need to know about dyeing gear. Now, what are you waiting for? Get out there and bring some color into your life. And she's going to give us a whole bunch of stuff, including the ability to dye things. You are now able to dye items. To dye a piece of gear, you must first have the proper colorant or dye. Colorant can be crafted or purchased. Once you have the proper one, you click on the dye icon under the properties. There is no limit to how many times an item can be dyed, and it can also be removed using Terabin. Similarly, if you wish to paint a housing fixture or furnishing, you can do so by selecting Dye by accessing housing within the social menu. Alternately, furnishings can also be painted when selected from the inventory. So again, we're not really going to be getting into dyeing or much. These items are already dyed. You can do some funky things with dyes and glamours. But we'll be getting into those here in a little bit. Right now, we're going to run out. We're going to take care of our last hunting recommendation in this area. See if people have come on. Lislinity and Thick Cur, thank you for joining us. I am Trainer276. I am a variety streamer. Today we're playing Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn. Patch 5.4 just dropped. Starting over from the beginning just to see how things go. Here is our next hunting item. It's the Bloated Bogey. We're a little bit over leveled for this area now. Don't get hit by the curse, especially if you're a caster. We need 3 of these total, so we're going to go ahead and take care of these. Alright, one more. And that's it for the hunting log in this area. Now that one did not give us any experience because if you come down to the very bottom, it's actually grouped up with the Rotting Noble over in Eastern Thanalan. So we won't get the 6100 experience for this group until we go and take care of him. But first we're going to go ahead and take care of the main story quest. Hopefully it shouldn't take us too long to get to retainers today, and we'll go and hire our first retainer so that we can have some inventory space when we're back at the inn rooms. Here we are. Tataru. Phalanx, welcome to the chat group. It's good to see you. Hopefully you're having a wonderful day. Playing some more World of Warcraft, I see. So deep in the desert of my heart, a lonely flower blooms, yearning for the heavens above to quench my thirst for you. Tro-lo-lo-lo-lo, lo-lo-lo-lo-lo. What? I would thank you not to sneak up on me like that. Day's been doing pretty good. A little bit rainy here where we're located. Other than that, not too bad. It's been a wonderful day so far. Now, please be advised that this is private property. Unless you have pertinent business here, I must ask you to... Mumble, mumble, murble, murble. Here at the behest of Thancred. My sincerest apologies. May I please have your name? Little Wolferston. Little Wolferston. Ah, here you are. I bid you welcome to the Waking Sands, headquarters of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. My name is Tataru, and I look forward to assisting you during your time with us. The antecedent is within the Solar. I shall let her know to expect you. Alright, so this is for the next good amount of time. This will be our headquarters that we will continually come back to for main storyline quests. It's one of the things that they supposedly changed a little bit is how to get here a little bit more efficiently, because coming back here was a pain. Like I said, let's go to Western Thanalan on the map. I do believe that the Chocobo was new here. If I remember correctly, you only had one to Horizon's Edge. There was not a Chocobo porter here, so that's a good improvement. There's just a few couple of things. We're going to ignore the MSQ for a second. We're going to run down this direction. Actually, I can't purchase anything at this moment, so we'll head back. There we are. Take it you are Little Wolf Ariston. Tataru sent word that you had arrived. Lady Minophilia has eagerly awaited your coming. This way, if you please. Let's see. Do we need any of this equipment? Does not look like it. We'll take the bronze. And here's Vesper Bay Aetheryte tickets. This will instant teleport back to here. This is a wonderful addition. Like I said, we will be coming back here very often. And it's going to be a lot better to teleport directly to it. Oh, that's right, gotta click.
Well met, friend. My name is Minophilia, and I lead the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I have awaited your coming. Please, be at ease. You are among friends here. No doubt you are ripe to burst with questions, but have patience. All will be revealed in time. First, let me begin by telling you who we are and what we do.
Dragon, is the voice acting coming through all right? Alright, good.
We are the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, an order that transcends political boundaries. Our single objective is the preservation of the future of Eorzea. Among our gravest concerns are the godlike beings known as the Primals. Their existence is a bane upon Eorzea, nay, the world at large, and we have striven to find a lasting solution to the threat they pose. Our order is home to a number of individuals who, like you, possess a rare and special talent. This talent takes various forms, but one holds particular interest for us. Tell me, have you ever experienced a sudden, inexplicable loss of consciousness? Have you ever had the sensation of being pulled away from reality? Felt as though you were hovering in space, a mind without a body? All these things are the manifestations of your talent. Yours is the power to transcend the boundaries of the soul, a power known as the Echo. The Echo allows you to pass through the walls of a man's soul and hear the resonations of his past. You will be there in his memories and see things as he saw them. You may even interact with that which you see, though you cannot change the outcome of events. For another blessing, the Echo will enable you to know a man's mind even if you cannot comprehend his words. In short, the Echo is a truly extraordinary power, and this power is strong within you. It is only a shame that we cannot use it whensoever we choose. That's right. I, too, possess the Echo. With that established, let us return to the subject of the Primals. So long as they exist, the realm cannot take so much as a single step towards true peace. Measures must be taken. Measures which transcend boundaries, be they of faction, race, language, or creed. And to do so, the Scions require the aid of those with our talent. Make no mistake, the Echo will be instrumental in dealing with the primal threat. Without it, we cannot hope to save the realm. I know not what it is you desire for yourself, nor what it was that first brought you to Eorzea. But I firmly believe that the power we possess was given to us for a purpose.
Phalanx, I will gladly take that blame, and hopefully, if you do pick up this game, we'll be on the same server, and I can help you out, buddy.
Why else would the gods entrust man with a gift so extraordinary, if not to have him use it? And so I implore you, lend us your power.
This game definitely has a very rich, in-depth main story quest line. They've done a lot of work on it. Naturally, your aid will not go unrewarded. We are fortunate to have a number of influential allies, and at a word from me, they will gladly afford you certain privileges that might otherwise be denied you. The right to employ retainers, for example. Are you familiar with them? They are individuals who may be relied upon to manage your assets and belongings on your behalf. The papers you requested, my lady. The Lalafels are so stinking cute. Thank you, Tataru. The pleasure is mine, my lady. By way of a welcoming gift, I have taken the liberty of adding your name to the retainer's registry. As of now, you are entitled to employ the service of a retainer. You will need to consult a retainer vocate regarding the particulars of this arrangement, but believe me when I say that retainers will prove invaluable to you in your adventuring endeavors. Let this gesture serve as evidence of our commitment to do all in our power to facilitate your personal objectives. In return, we ask that you aid us to the fullest extent of your talents. A mutually beneficial relationship, I am sure you will agree, and one which serves the greater good besides. Well, that was a veritable lecture, was it not? Forgive me. but it is important that all concerned are aware of what is expected of them. Now you know our purpose and what we can offer you. I invite you to consider joining us. When you have come to a decision, you may tell me without fear of censure. Yes, Dragon is correct. We did purchase some time cards for our World of Warcraft accounts as well, Phylinx, and I blame you and your streams, buddy. In good faith, I shall entrust you with our Order's password, which our members use to reach one another when afield. It is Wild Rose. Pray keep it safe. So we just got our retainers, and if I remember correctly, this is not how we used to get them. I think there used to be a side mission, one of those blue little icons with a plus sign on them, that you used to run around your main city and you'd get your retainer. They've now added it in because what I believed happened was people were rushing through and never unlocking their retainers, and people got frustrated with it. So they've actually changed it so it's part of the main story quest. So that is very beneficial. This didn't happen here before. Retainers are helpful NPCs who can be hired by players to carry out tasks such as storing excess skill and gear or selling unwanted items on the markets. They may also be sent afield on ventures, which we won't get to for quite a little while. A contract of service can be drafted by Fridwib in Limsa, Parnell in Gridania, Chachabi in Ulda, Prunelia in Ishgard, or Kazashi in Kugane. Players may hire no more than 8 retainers at once. The first 2 are free. Yes, Don Bobo. Welcome to the chat, and yes, this is Final Fantasy Monday. We're going through Final Fantasy XIV's 5.4 patch. Just came out last week. This one is still way early on in the game. However, it's progressing much faster. And this is without any buffs to any experience or anything. This is just straight raw game. And we're already level 25 after 9 hours of playing. It's actually a lot quicker than before. We Scions have but one objective, to safeguard the future of Eorzea. Among our gravest concerns are the godlike beings known as the Primals. Long have we striven to find a lasting solution to the threat they pose. I know not what is your desire. I know not what it is you desire for yourself, nor what it was that first brought you to Eorzea, but I firmly believe that the power we possess was given to us for a purpose. Pray consider this when you give me your answer. I will go whither the wild rose blooms.
I take it you will help us. Wonderful! I knew you wouldn't let us down. But come, I would introduce you to your friends in the Order. Tell me, does the name Sharlayan ring any bells? It used to be one of Eorzea's 6 city-states, and was situated in the northwest of Aldenard. The Sharlayans were the keepers of wisdom both old and new. Their mastery over magic and ether was unsurpassed, and even the Garleans knew to fear them.
How's your day been going, Don Bobo?
Among their number, there were a noble few who devoted their lives to safeguarding the future of Eorzea. When the realm began its descent into chaos, and their countrymen fled for the motherland, they alone chose to remain here. These noble men and women were called the Archons. Those same brave souls stand before you now. The masked woman is Ida, and beside her is Popalimo. The two are charged with surveying the Twelveswood.
Hello there!
Welcome!
Okay, my turn to introduce someone. That there is Thancred.
He is our man here in Ulda, Jewel of the Desert.
Welcome to the team. I never doubted that you'd come. If I may, the lovely maiden beside me is named Y'shtola. Limsa Lominsa has the pleasure of being under her care.
Greetings. Last but not least is Urianger, who presides over all affairs within these halls. Pray seek him out whenever you have questions.
dawn may banish even the darkest night. The words of a dear friend. I'm glad of our meeting.
At the Battle of Carteneau, our leader was taken from us. But we did not stray from our purpose. We sought out Minfilia and others with her talent, and together established the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Along with the Archons, those blessed with the Echo play a pivotal role in our endeavor to forge a brighter tomorrow for the realm. Oh, I should also introduce you to Tataru, our clerk. She ensures that everything runs smoothly.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
In time, I hope you will come to think of us as family. But without further ado, I would assign you your first task. Urianger, have the documents arrived from the students of Baldessian?
Aye, my lady. They arrived but recently.
We have received a request for aid from the Immortal Flames. Thancred, would you do the honors?
It would be my pleasure. Some days ago, a crystal caravan registered to Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern was waylaid and divested of its cargo. But there is more. Within a bell of the robbery, several people were reported missing from the shantytown outside the city.
At a glance, one would assume the involvement of bandits, kidnappers, and coincidence. Such crimes are hardly uncommon, and the Immortal Flames deal with their like almost every day. However, this time we have reason to believe that a primal is involved.
Aye, the evidence left behind implicates the Emulja, who are known worshippers of Ifrit. If we then consider the objects that were taken, there is no room left for doubt. The crimes were committed in the name of a primal.
That you may better understand the nature of our struggle with the primals, I would have you play the leading role in this investigation. You have my thanks. If there is aught you wish to know, I recommend you speak with Thancred. He is well versed in the affairs of Ul'dah.
Ever at your service, dear fellow.
Alright. Well, that is taken care of. Let's go see if we can't purchase... Oh, actually, let me hit... Oh. Must talk to the Thancred. Ready to begin, are we? That's the spirit. So then, your mission is to investigate a crystal robbery and a spat of abductions. Crimes which we believe to be connected. Assuming we are correct, it is like that any discoveries we make in relation to one will further our understanding of the other. Now, since the attack on their caravan, our friends at Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern have doubled security over all their shipments. In light of this, it is my judgment that the abduction should be our priority. According to our preliminary findings, the majority of the missing were last seen in the vicinity of Camp Drybone, so that would seem to be a fine place to begin. A fellow by the name of Isambard serves as the camp's de facto leader. Pay him a visit and see what he gives, and see that he gives us his full cooperation. So we're going to head out there in a minute. We're going to go see if we can't purchase some things here. Let's see how much gold we have. Or gil, rather. Not a whole lot. And it does not look like we can purchase anything at the moment. But here's Urianger. He will have some quests for us a little bit later down the road. So we are needing to go to Camp Drybone. But first, we're going to head back to Ul'dah City proper. The reason for that is we're going to go ahead and get our first retainer so we can drop some of the miscellaneous stuff off in our inventory out of our inventory and keep it, no, not necessarily safe because nothing's dropped on death, but there's a lot of stuff in here that we don't need on us. Like the dyes, the glamours, the faded copies of things. We don't need those precisely on us, so we're going to go back to Ul'dah, hire a retainer, and that way we'll have more space. Let's see. On our checklist, we have finished that. We're on to that one. Now, if I go and I open a previous checklist, come back in 525. Ah, yes. So back in the 525 era, Momodi back at Uldah's Quicksand is the one that used to give us our retainer abilities, and now they've moved it out to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. So that has been changed. Ah, yes. Unfortunately as well, though, Dragon, the spreadsheet is always seemingly one version behind. They just released the 535 spreadsheet of all the things. They made some pretty good, vast improvements on it, but now we're on 5.4, and now they're going to have to update it again. They have seemingly been working on I don't know how to put it, a little program that tracks everything for you. Basically the same as the spreadsheet, but a little bit different. And it works some of the time, but not all of the time. Ah, yes, file links, all the things. Now, I will say World of Warcraft does have that over Final Fantasy XIV. I can't just look up a minion and go, hey, where is that? Final Fantasy XIV also has no game add-ons. They don't have any support for add-ons that I'm aware of. I think you can edit some of the icon graphics, and that's about it. But there's no real add-ons for DPS. Matter of fact, it's been said that if you're caught using the add-on for the DPS meters, that you could, in theory, get your account banned, so I don't use anything like that. Alright, here we are. Let's see. Best way to go where we need to go. We're going to take a right. All the pretty decorations of the city. Presents everywhere. Go over to the Adventurers Guild here. Yeah, they've stated they really don't want to do it. A lot of the stuff's baked into the game already and doesn't really have need for it, but I do like some of the stuff that you can do with add-ons in like World of Warcraft with some overlays and whatnot. This one doesn't, though. This one, yeah, it's just something that they don't really support, unfortunately. So, but here's Chichibi. Here's our retainer, Vocate. And yes, we're going to hire a retainer. I can hire up to 4. Now, like I said, 2 of them are free on the base game. I pay for the WoW the Final Fantasy XIV companion app. I pay for that, and that gives me another retainer. And I've purchased 1 retainer for this account, so I have 4 retainers total. So according to our records, I can hire up to 4. Currently, I have none. While customizing your retainer, you will be unable to communicate with players or engage in other activities. Do we want to hire? Yes. Excellent! We have a few men and women on our list, so I invite you to describe the retainer down to the last minute detail. And yes, we're just going to load a previous. Let's go with you. This one will work fine. We will confirm. I don't need to save. I can think of several retainers that are exactly as you described. Oddly enough, They have strikingly different personalities. If you would be so kind as to state a preference, it will be most helpful. We'll go with polite. When dismissed, they are going to say this. When I hire this retainer, it is also customary to give them one's own making a nickname, as it were. I find this deepens the bond. Alright. You know what? Phylinx, you're going to be my retainer, buddy. One moment, please, while I draft the proper documentation. Congratulations. Phylinx, you are now my retainer. We are going to come over here to the bell, and we are going to immediately pull him out. Retainer's many tasks. Once a retainer is summoned, you can entrust her with gil or items, as well as put. I don't know why they use female pronouns here. I really wish they would do like he, her, or something to be more inclusive, but unfortunately they don't. We are not able to send them out on ventures yet, as we are not in a grand company. But we can entrust items and gil to them. So we're going to entrust items. Let's see here. We'll put the gold chocobo feathers in there. We'll put the things in here. Fantasias, the scrolls. We don't have a need for them yet. We put that away. The prisms, the dyes. We're going to hold on to those. They're going to be necessary. Now, we can also right-click this, and we can have the retainer sell them as if this was a store, and we'll get all of our money, which you can't see. So we got 1,900. We can also sort things, which is wonderful. We can entrust gil, which I'm not going to do. I need all my money on me. If you've sold an item, you can buy it back. Oh, yes. Minecraft. We won't get into the 120 mods that I use on Minecraft occasionally. Now, we can also sell items on me or my retainer on the market board. If you have a retainer in your employ, you can have her place items up for sale in the market. It's a 5% tax is charged on every sale. To put it up for sale, you must first entrust it to your retainer, and then select it from her list. The numbered items in the list, you can only have 20. If an item is untradeable or bound to you, you cannot sell it. So we'll place a couple of 10 ore up here. We hit the compare prices button to see what's already on there. If an item in the search list is available for purchase, you can select the icon to bring up a second list indicating the selling prices, ordered from lowest to highest. Select the item you wish to buy, display a final prompt, and you can confirm. Can we do that from here? No, we can't do that from here. So 10 ore is going for 3 at the moment. It's only worth 1, so I'm not going to worry about selling it. I'm just going to sell it straight out. Beastkin blood. Same thing. Like I said when we got some of these items, they're so early in the game, there's so many of them flooding the market that they're not really worth much. Now, formic acid sells for 1 to a merchant. They're going for 10. I'm going to try to sell it for 8, and we'll see if we get lucky enough to sell it. That's all we're going to do at the moment. I do need to figure out where my other quest starts. That's not it. That's not it. That's the miners. That's... I don't know what that one is. Let's go back one area. Whoops. Pleasure having you here, Phylinx. I hope you have a great stream, buddy. It was good having you here. Evening, I hope, is fine, just as well as yours. Let's see, that's the pugilist. That's the samurai. Nope, not going to be you either. Let's go to the Chamber of Rule. There's one very specific quest that I'm looking for at the moment. I'm not even sure if we're able to do it yet. It does not appear to be so. And it might not probably doesn't come available until after we've picked our Grand Company, so we'll get to that in a little bit. Let's see, right now we're going out to Drybone, so we're going to go back to the Adventurers Guild, take a wonderful little Chocobo, and head out to Camp Drybone. Three minutes away. More music. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I promise you all that this music won't last forever, that we will eventually get our own Chocobo, we will not have to always take the Chocobo porters, and eventually our mounts will be able to fly, and we won't need to worry about Chocobos. Well, at least not until we actually have to. Now eventually we're going to have to come out here. Actually, it says that we have a quest out there, so I'm going to jump off. We're going to run out there. Actually, no. We're right here. Might as well. Because I'm hoping that's going to be the quest that will allow us to take materia off of our items. And if they change it so that you don't need to be a crafter or gatherer to do that, that is going to be fantastic. Usually you come back in this area as a crafter or gatherer to learn about this type of stuff. We're going to see if this is not the case anymore. Swine Bros. Ah yes, we're going to learn materia extraction. How wonderful. What would you say if I told you that inanimate objects can possess a soul? They can, believe it or not, though the soul in question is not their own, but that of their owner. Through faithful service, the arms and armor that we use come to hold our spiritual energy. Thus, do we form a spirit bond with them. This spiritual energy can be drawn out and converted into materia, a special kind of crystal that can be attached to gear to enhance its properties. I am well versed in the ways of materia extraction. If you wish to learn more about the process, it would be my pleasure to teach you. Why yes, we would. You're ready to commence your learning? Good! As you will have gathered by now, materia is the crystallized form of one's spiritual energy. As this energy is derived from an individual's psyche, a volatile beast at the best of times, a degree of variance is to be expected in its production. In practice, this means that you won't know the exact properties of the stone until you cradle it in your hand. Now, materia won't grant you much of anything on its own. Its power must be tapped. See? And this is achieved by melding it to gear. Know, though, that it takes the deft hands of a craftsman to meld materia. You can always seek others to attach material on your behalf, but if you would sooner do it yourself, I recommend you speak with Phahobos. Melding is her field of expertise. If you wish to remove materia from an item, highlight its icon and select Retrieve Materia. There's a chance that the material will be savaged. Alright. Extracting materia. You can now extract materia from items. Materia extracted from one piece of gear can be affixed to another, improving its abilities. To extract materia, first you must have completed your spirit bond to 100, and then select Extract Materia. Once it's extracted, the item will go back to a spirit bond of 1%, but you can then take that materia and extend it. So, currently I don't think we have anything that is 100% spirit bound to us at the moment. Things spirit bond to you when you kill things, and you can see the progress on the individual pieces of gear. Over on the right hand side, spirit bond is 1%. So that is a nifty thing to pick up. We can't speak to Phahobos until we actually start picking up a crafter or gatherer, specifically crafter. We have to be able to craft gear. Let me check my recommendations here. Nope, we have nothing in the hunt log. Okay. So as our gear collects experience and spirit bonds to us, we'll be now able to extract the materia and save it for much later on in the game. a wonderful ability to pick up. Commander Root, pleasure to see you this evening. My name is Triner276. For those of you just joining us, I am a variety streamer. Currently, we are playing Final Fantasy XIV. Patch 5.4 dropped last week. We are going through from the beginning to see the changes they made in the MSQ on patch 5.3. Going to hire another... Nope. Looks like we're not hiring a Chocobo because it don't take us to where we need to go. So we are going to run it and hope that we don't catch into something that we can't handle. I do not wish to join your fate. Leave me alone. Now, again, the symbol next to the Sunback means it's a passive enemy. It won't attack you. The symbol next to this Antling Soldier means it will attack you without provocation. You just have to get close to it. And we really don't want to have to deal with that at the moment. Now these toads, they will all auto-attack. And the first thing they'll do is they'll hit you with something called a sticky tongue and draw you in close. We want to try to avoid that if we can while we're running over to the loading zone. Nothing against it, just don't need to kill it at the moment, so don't want to. And again, cannot wait until we get our own Chocobos and our own ability to use them, because running around on foot is a pain. I'm going to hit O real quick when we load in. I want to see who all on my friends list is here. Lady Ariston is on. Sir Ariston was logged off. Let's go ahead and take care of these little creatures. Now, as you can see, we're having showers in this area. We're not going to join in the fate. It's not a very hard fate. However, at this level, might be a little difficult to complete on time. Alright, so that's number 2. We need one more. And we'll also pull up our list here in a second to see what else is needed in this area. Now, thankfully, because we're not level synced, we cannot attack these enemies. Unable to attack. Look, there's a Lady Ariston. And they will not attack us. I'm going to give her a wave. Hello. Now, if we are in a party together, I can ride that contraption with her. It's a 2-seater, and she can fly me around. And let us check to see what our recommendations are. So we have the Billy Goats, we have the Imps, and the Rotting Nobles. Now, the Billy Goats are over in this area. The Imps and the Nobles are up here. Hopefully we will be getting to those here in a couple of moments. I do believe, yeah, we already have the Chocobo point in this. So we're going to go down. I'm pretty sure, yeah, we have the point as well. So I'm going to go ahead and pick up the Levmets in this area just to unlock them. Yes, we know about this. We have to go and do the quest in the area to unlock them. Oh, this one's going to be a beckon. So certain Levmet quests, you have certain actions that have to be done. You have beckon, you have poke, and you have soothe. Those are the 3 most common I've found. Isambard. I'm Isambard. Here to search for the missing folk, I take it? Minfilia sent word that an adventurer fitting your description would be along. She also warned us to be wary of the Amalja. Seems we know who the culprits are, at the very least. Now, I bear no official title at this camp. The people here have come to look to me for leadership. You have my word that I'll do all I can to help see the victims safely returned. None of the equipment is good, so we'll take the bronze, and he's also going to give us a Glamour Dispeller. Alright, we are on to Unsolved Mystery. Let us get right to it then. Minfilia names the Amalja culprits in all this. You would do well to investigate them first. Much harm has been levied on these lands by Amaja hands. The flames burn where they might, but the light cannot stay the darkness in all places at all times. There have been brutal murders of callers at the Church of Saint Adama Landama, innocents wishing no more than to pay their respects to the dead. The poor souls deserve a proper burial. I would see to the deed before mongrels catch their scent, but I know not if the Almaja still linger. Would you secure the remains for me, friend? You will find them on the eastern road. 12 willing, you may even come to learn something of what the Almaja seek in this area. So, first things first, we're going to go upstairs. We're going to hit this quest area down here, the Law 1. We'll see where this quest starts off at. Go ahead and hit initiate. We're well above the area of this. So where is our person? Oh, seriously, where is our person? Maybe they're downstairs. Oh, there he is. It's this guy. Like, where is he? So you have to click on him, you have to target him, you walk forward, you hit beckon. And he'll start moving towards you, and you walk forward, and you hit beckon, and he'll move towards you. And this is the pattern that will continue the entire road that you have to do. Now, eventually they will summon some enemies to attack you. You may find a treasure chest along the way, you may not. I'm gonna go ahead and take care of this before it comes to us. This is one of my least favorite types of quests in these areas, but they have to get done. Now, the other thing is he will not move if I multi-beckon him. He's not responding while he moves. Okay, where's the enemy? There he is. Because they have area of effect, you want to handle them away from your person. If that person dies or gets too damaged, that's the end of it. And you'll fail the duty and have to restart. I know we're going to have at least one more little battle thing pop up to attack us. Question is where? Ah, there it is. And if you notice on the mini-map, you'll see that they actually pop it up as a little card icon. And you come over here and you just take care of it real quick. Alright, and that's the end of that one. There was no treasure chests on this one. I see Lady has her broom out, showing us some wicked witchcraft. Alright, this... Oh. Yeah, if you get too far away, he won't move. And we are at 100%. There we go. Duty is complete. And we can teleport back to the area, unlock this ability, and we'll continue on pressing on with the main storyline. See, the desert heat wasn't too much for you. Here's your reward. See that you don't spend it all at the pub. So, speed and difficulty, we're going to get a little extra money and experience. And we have now unlocked Lev quests here at this location. So now, We're going to go out this other direction and go take care of our other issue. Oh, let's take care of the billy goat. He's right here. He's on our hunt log. There we go. Looks like we still need one more of those. And he's right over here. There we go. That's our third one for this. High quality items. Okay. You have attained a high quality item. Let's open up the inventory. So this item right here, if you notice in the top right hand corner, it has a little sparkly. So here's a non-sparkly, here's a sparkly. Sparkly items are high quality items. They can be identified by their special icon. If it's a piece of gear, it usually has better stats. High quality items cannot be stacked with normal quality. However, if I right click it, I can lower it down to normal quality and then they will stack. They usually go for more money. When you start crafting, let's see. Oh, I can't even bring it up. I can't bring up a gathering or crafting log because I have not unlocked those classes yet. But basically, you have a durability or a quality meter on your crafting, and if you have higher quality items from the start, you have a boost to that ability, and it makes it a little bit easier. Let's walk into here. We get some hostile presence. We'll go ahead and take care of these bozos and press on with the pressing on. Alright. As Dragon is pointing out, yes, high quality items sell better generally. A lot of these lower level items, they don't really sell for too much. However, some of the food items do because low level culinarians or cooks really need them. So we've gone ahead, we've picked up our three people that we needed to pick up here. We are going to go and turn them in. Let's see here. Droop Dog. Go with him. Saddest Kitty. Pleasure to have you here. My name is Triner276. I am a variety streamer. Today we're playing Final Fantasy XIV, patch 5.4. We're starting off in A Realm Reborn. Been really fantastic so far. I really like a lot of the changes they've made. Definitely haven't had to go out of my way to level grind or anything like that. They've done a good job on it. Thursdays, I generally tend to stream Disgaea 5 currently. It is a tactical turn-based strategy RPG. Hopefully you all are having a wonderful time, and it's good to have you here. Isambard, it is good to see you return. Were you able to secure the remains of our fallen? We have. It's interesting how the 3 corpses are just 3 flowers. When the body is given back proper to the earth, the souls will find their way across to the other side. You have done a noble deed this day. I thank you. Now then, what of the Al-Majah? Did you see any? Surely such massive monstrosities as they cannot conceal their presence, much less take their quarry unawares. Ah, so there were Al-Majah remaining after all. I feared as much. Their part in the lowborn disappearing is all but confirmed. But I sense there is more to this than meets the eye. The occasional Al-Majah raiding party would not account for people going missing in these kinds of numbers. The total is too great, and the questions too many. It would not surprise me in the least to learn of another hand in this. But whose? Countless travelers pass through Drybone every day, and even if it were one among them, how would we best discover who may be implicit in these vanishes? Alright, start the next quest. Let's say we turn an eye to the common folk themselves. Maybe among them that we find the reasons for these vanishings. 12 forbid it be so. There is a merchant by name of Ungast. who was born here in Drybone, and grew up in the Golden Bazaar. A rough character, but he knows the people here better than anyone else. I'd wager he's at the inn, quaffing away the day's earnings. Here, I'll write a note for you to show him, else he's not like to speak to you. Dragon is reminding me that I need to show off the smiths when we find them again. Now, this place was always confusing for me in the past. There's actually a lot of things hidden inside these rooms that you totally miss out on. Like, there's a shopkeep. Oh, Belch. Well, gods be damned. You're that bloody adventurer who threatened me back in Ulda. What in the 7 L's do you want with me now? Oh, well, we're going to hand over this little note here. Dear friend, missing people, please help. Yours, Isambard. Folk around here are as wary as they come. They'll turn tail and run if you so much as pass wind nearby. Played them all for fools and coaxed some hard labor out of them, I did. If anything, they're even more timid than before, with all the disappearances. You can go talk to them yourself if you don't believe me. And now we'll go talk to people. But yeah, so here's a shopkeep. Sells meats, blue cheese. Your food items in this game, as you can see, give you boosts to your skill speeds, the vitality, and it changes depending on what you're eating. Overall, though, the thing that everybody eats it for is the 3% experience boost at the beginning of the game. I'm not going to worry about that at the moment, though. Here is a hungry beggar to talk to. Please, sir, just leave me be. And off he goes. Well, that was very unhelpful. How about this guy? I have nothing to say but this. Thou take who, or whatever's, been feeding off us low folk. He sounds extremely angry. How about this little guy over here? What do you want from me? I don't know anything, I swear. Please don't kill me. And off he runs. Take a quick sip. And back to this guy. Just as I told you, wasn't it? The whole lot of them are terrified. There's been talk of folk getting abducted. If you ask me, they simply up and moved on to a better place. This place isn't exactly Costa del Sol, if you know what I'm saying. Hints to places we'll see later. Costa del Sol is a beach resort town. Very fancy, very expensive. But not as bad as the Gold Saucer, which I think we still need to go to. Yep, we still need to head out there, so we'll go there here in a moment. Welcome back. Have you learned aught of import? I see. Suppose I should have expected as much from Ungast. Well, another thought occurred to me in your absence. The common folk are nothing if not fervent in their religious beliefs. Perhaps if you speak freely to their gods, then the clergy may know something of use. Equipment's not good, so we'll take the gold. And we've leveled to 26. We've got our third ability down here, the Rage of Halon. Isambard would like you to learn what you can from the clergy. If we would know what the common folk speak of to their gods, we've no better place to ask than the Church of Saint Adama Landama. It is a small and humble church found to the northwest of here. And so long as you are headed there, might I ask you to deliver this embalmed corpse? A morbid request, I grant you, but it must be borne to burial, and I trust none more than you to see it done. Seek out a man named Marquess. He tends the graves of the Lichyard. He will tell you where the body is to be interred. Alright. Up and away we go. Sprinting, 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 sprinting we will go. Probably should have gone up the other entrance. There's Marquess. We'll go speak to him. I am Marquess, yes. A body? Of course. There have been so many bodies of late. I apologize, sir. If you seek a place of burial, then there's an empty grave atop the ridge. Take the path and lay him to rest. If I remember correctly, we need to go this way. Did we pass it? Break out the map and find out. Oh, we gotta go the other way. Doesn't really seem that this is the actual path he's talking about. It just looks like a little nook in the wall until you look around. And here's our gravesite. We will lay them to rest. And now we report back. Here we go. May they all walk in Thal's realm. What? Missing people? I'm afraid I cannot help you. But maybe Sister Orson can. She has been kind to me. Everyone has been so kind. I don't know why, though. Pardon me. You will find Sister Orson within the church walls. Alright. Ah, there she is. Cameras don't do well inside small buildings. I hear you have done us the service of burying a fallen soul. Please accept our gratitude and extend it to Isambard when next you see him. You seek knowledge of missing Drybone inhabitants? It is true I am closer to the people than any other of the Order. I confide in them, and they in me. When they wish to speak to their keeper, Thal, I am the medium through which they do. Should I learn of anything pertinent, I will be sure to share the information with you. I only wish Marquess would be more helpful in the matter. I pray he did nothing to offend. He saw terrible things during the calamity. His scars run deep. Indeed, he seems to now prefer the company of the dead over the living. While tragic, I fear such behavior ill befits the church. I received word not long ago that one of our recent visitors, a man called Thancred, I believe, took offense at his conduct. I must have words with Marquess and soon. Alright, so come all the way out here, now we go all the way back, and then probably back out here. 'Tis the way of the RPG. Back and forth like a seesaw. Somebody did a big ability. I wonder what they are attacking. Oh no, they're throwing presents at each other. Alright, let's get the little run. Do a little jumping. There we go. Cutscene! Thank you. A burial is no easy thing, even when the departed is a stranger. Were you able to learn aught of the missing common folk? You've been keeping yourself rather busy of late, haven't you? Oh, Mr. Thancred has come in. Pleasure, my dear Isambard. My name is Thancred, and I share a passion with you and our mutual friend here for learning what has become of these missing persons, and why. I, too, spoke with Ungast, more times than I care to count. There seems to be some truth to this notion of the common folk speaking their secrets only to those in the service of the gods. Prostration, prayer, penance, abject deeds done behind closed doors, away from prying eyes. Who better to take the pious unawares than she who takes confession? The good sister Arson herself. Arson? She wouldn't. She couldn't. Even the most beautiful roses have thorns, my friend, and you would be wise to keep an eye on to this rose. Still, the Lichkeeper Marquess, I'd swear to the 12 I've seen that face elsewhere before. Alright, and yeah. Taking the gold again, because the other items are not worth it. Alright, let's see what we got. For the children. Sister Arson. It cannot be. Though she is wont to travel to the Golden Bazaar on her own, and it is not uncommon to see her speaking to the children. But no, it could not be she. Could it? I grow wary of these suspicions. I know there is one child in particular that she is fond of. Pray, seek out the boy, and see if he cannot glean something from him, or see if you cannot glean something from him about Orsern's activities. Alright, now we get to go and talk to more peepers. Oh, where is this kid? Alright, so yeah. This is definitely one of the times I wish that I had a mount, because we have to go all the way up here. And we've not been out there before, so we cannot Kokobo to it. Alright, we are going to take the road less traveled, though, and go off to the right. And we're going to take care of a couple of things on our hunt log on our way through the area. Here's our Vandalous Imps. Sneaky little buggers that they are. Here's our third that we're going to need. It reminds you of the cat. Which cat? Alright. So those are our three imps. We're going to come out this way. Oh, they remind you of our cat? Yes. Now we're going to have to take out some miscellaneous things so they don't attack us while we're getting our riding nobles. Hopefully we only need 2 or 3 of those as well, just to speed up the process in this area. Alright. So yes, we need 3 rotting nobles. See if we can't sneak our way back here without attracting suspicions. And we have, thankfully. Alright. There we go. That's our third and last one. Alright, and we've unlocked a new difficulty rank. We're up to rank 3. They are out in Lunesca, Western Thanalan, Upper Lunesca, the North Shroud, Southern Thanalan, which we are not getting to yet. We can go to this one. It's over in this area. We'll do that one later, though. So only one real thing in this area. Alright. We're going to forgo clicking on him so that we can go get our Kokobo. Well met. This is our first time to here. They're adding us to the register, and that's all we have to do. But you must do that every time you see this symbol, or it won't register it as a destination. Please help. Sister Arson went out all on her own and hasn't come back yet. She always reads to me right here about Fall and the Order and the other side. I told her I lost my shiny thing and she went looking for it. But what if the monsters outside hurt her? Please find her. And we are in a city, or somewhat of a city. Let's jump inside the building real quick. I am going to take a 5-minute break. I will be right back, everybody. MK, it is a pleasure to see you. Hopefully your day has been going well. I am back. We are going to continue on our main story quest line, but it is a pleasure to have you in the chat. I hope your day has been going well. I know, let's see, it's roughly 1800, so I think you guys have about 3 hours between you and Defuli jumping on to have your wonderful stream times. Alright. So like I've said before, if you see these purple barriers, generally you are going to have a fight. Very rarely do you have these barriers and something not want to fight you. Good thing is you can help other people. I understand. Not a problem at all, MK. Just glad to have you here. So we have accused, or not accused, it's been suggested by Thancred that this person, Arsene, is dubiously doing things, and we are now rescuing her because she disappeared. This is you. You're the one from the church. Thank goodness you arrived when you did. Seems my gratitude is yours yet again. You spoke with the child? Yes, well, I was able to find his lost trinket. It is a ring given to him by his mother before she passed. I will see it safely back to him. And off she wanders. And let's see here. We need to go back to down here. Now, I'm going to take a page from the guy who just left, and we're going to teleport just to make it a little bit faster. Bit expensive at 100 gil, but not too bad. Let's see, do we have too many new people here? No, not too many new people. Let's go ahead and turn around and go turn this in real quick. Sister Arson was attacked outside the Golden Bazaar. Gods forfend. I will secure a room at the inn for her should she require any rest. Searching for the mementos of orphans, and risking her own well-being in the doing, no less? Certainly not the dastardly deeds Thancred would have us believe. And again, we are above the area's level requirement, so we're going to take the money now. Let's see where we are on the quest line. Let's see. Done with that one, we're done with that one, done with that one, done with that one. We are getting very close to our next trial dungeon, and that's going to be a fun time. I am well glad I reserved that inn room for Sister Arnson. It seems she received greater injuries from her attackers than she initially let on. Thankfully, she is expected to make a full recovery. But now, on to the matter at hand. Thancred came looking for you once more. He left word that he will be waiting at the Amalja encampment to the southeast. I pray the two of you are able to recover some evidence regarding these disappearances. We got a little bit of a walk in front of us. Unfortunately, we do not have a Chocobo path out to this area directly, so don't fall off the ledge, William. We're going to come all the way down here. We must wander. Now, here in the very near future, like I said, we're going to have our Grand Company choosing. Well, actually, we have our... Yeah, we should be able to choose our Grand Company tonight, hopefully, before the end of this. And we may even be able to unlock our jobs, where we will upgrade from the Gladiator up to Paladin. Paladin has some other unique abilities. We'll start getting into Soul Stones and a few other things. Start progressing the storyline. Now, next Monday, I figure we will go ahead and start. There's a event going on currently. It is the Starlight event for December, for Christmas time type event. We'll see about getting that accomplished next week, as well as possibly start one of our gatherers and maybe a crafter next week. We'll take a little break from the MSQ to do some of the other side stuff. Ah, there you are. So good of you to come. Indeed, I've heard all about good Sister Arnson. Isambard said her wounds were serious. It would seem my suspicions about the poor Rose were misplaced. But false though they were, perhaps my suspicions were not entirely without merit. Whilst following Sister Arnson near the Golden Bazaar, a band of Amalja caught my eye. I tracked them as far as this encampment, but, well, let us say that I would much prefer to keep my distance and remain here. This, of course, brings me to why I requested you. Would you be so kind as to take a look inside? Alright. And now we have to go and fight the Amalja. Now again, we are a little over leveled. We're level 26. These guys are level 18. I wouldn't say we'll run right through them, but they're not going to be too much of an issue at this point. And again, this is, we've been playing this, what I would consider straight up. Depending on what server you make a character on, you might get something called the Road to 70 buff. It lasts for, depending on the server, 45 to 120-ish days or so, or until your character reaches level 70. Now, I say your character, but I really mean your job class. I could take Gladiator and Paladin all the way up to 70, switch over to pugilist monk, and I'd get the buff back until it got to 70, as long as I did it within the 45 to 120 days. Alright, we got a queer leaflet we're going to pick up here. Now we're going to go back out to Thancred. Well, did anything tickle your fancy? And we'll hand over the leaflet. This leaflet, see the wealth of Nald to the hands of your children. It looks to be some sort of assembly to provide the poor with work. The lettering, though, atrocious, is it not? These bits about Nald Thal seem somewhat less than studied. I find it hard to believe one among the Order penned this. Pray, take this to the inn at Camp Drybone. Let us see what Sister Arncern makes of it. Alright, and back to the place we just were. So they didn't remove all of the back and forth, but they have so far removed quite a bit of it. They're all on auto run. See what else we need to take care of. We'll check our recommended duty log. We already know about him. He's over on the far right-hand side of this map. Alright. And fall down, go boom. Ah, there she is. My savior comes again. To what do I owe the honor of this day? And we'll hand over the leaflet. What is this? Blasphemous! These are not our teachings at all. This was not made by any true brother or sister of the Order. Of that I can assure you. Come to think of it, weeks ago, the church was plagued by missing garments. Could someone be posing as a priest of the Order to deceive people? The plot thickens. Our culprit pretends to be a priest to lend credence to his deception. There is no doubt an irony in there somewhere. But I suspect we have a worthy adversary on our hands. I shall consider how best to handle this. For now, tell Isambard what we have learned here. And outside we go. Posing as a priest. To think. These troubling notions aside, it is gratifying to finally be able to move this investigation forward. Thank you once again. I shall keep my ears and eyes open, now more than ever. Alright, and yeah, once again the gear is crap. We're going to take the gill. I'm afraid I have not seen any unusual activity, nor have any at this camp, given me cause to doubt them. But unless we can identify the culprit, and soon, more innocents will fall victim. Do not despair just yet, my friend. An idea occurs to me. Our suspect has been posing as a priest, using leaflets bearing false promises to lure the poor. Let Lilwolf and me serve like with the Bai, posing as impoverished souls in need of succor. Ah, I dare to hope that this will yield us the answers we seek. It will be a dangerous undertaking, but you two are more than capable of looking after yourselves. I'm next to useless in a battle, but I can supply the garments for the disguise. These old tunics and slops should serve your needs, so long as you don't mind the smell and the stains. These will serve very well. You have my thanks. Listen. So as to lay the foundation for our little ploy, we must make it widely known that more vagrants have arrived at camp and are desperate for coin. To this end, I want you to don old garments Isengard has lent us, and beg for work around the camp. Before long, false priests should catch wind and approach us. Alright. So we're going to have... I think it's the Weathered Shepherd's Tunic. Yep. We're going to equip you. And the Schlops. We are going to go around and beg for work. I will get him last. He's up top. I preach the teachings of Azima, the Warden. Hast thou come to partake of the honey of her wisdom? Azima is keeper of the sun and goddess of inquiry. All is laid bare beneath the light of her divine countenance. Open thy heart to this light, needy child, and thou shalt want for naught till the end of days. And you are? Huh. Another refugee by looks of you. The immortal flames have neither work nor coin for your like. Begone! See to it that you don't make a nuisance of yourself. Sigh. I was about to get to the good part. Looking for work, you say? Sorry, but we don't have any openings. Now get out of here so I can finish my story. Hopefully a good plan, and guess we will discuss more later about it, but glad Puppy is doing well. What is it? Gods, not again. Look, being poor doesn't give you the right to pester whomsoever you like. Why don't you keep with your own kind out by that muddy pond of yours at Drybone? And I think we have one more inside this building. Yep. Greetings, good sir. Is there aught I might assist you with? Oh, I don't believe there is. I'm afraid our wares are very expensive. Mayhap you should rejoin your fellows out at the pond north of Sandgate. Alright. And over to Thancred. You have quite a knack for being a nuisance. The camp is abuzz with talk of newly arrived vagrants. And though we were unable to attract our wayward transgressor, we were able to learn that the poor have a commune by the pond north of Sandgate, to the east of here. The eyes of the authorities do not reach that place, rather ideal for spiriting away hapless souls. Let us go there and wait for the kindly priest to come and offer us aid and comfort. Needless to say, you'll need to remain in disguise. Alright. MK, I fully understand why you have a hydrate button. And we're walking. All the walkings. We believe that's going to be a Thancred right over there. No, I'm still good. I have half of a container left at the moment. Fine morning for catching false priests, wouldn't you say? You look absolutely smashing, positively dressed for deception. All that's left, then, is to wait for our quarry to appear. Oh, you poor unfortunate souls. This is no way for men to live, no way at all. Who are you? What do you want? Be at ease, child, for I mean you no harm. I am a priest of the Order of Nadthal, and I come to offer you succor. This leaflet bears the teachings of Nald. Trust to them, and they will surely set you free from the shackles of penury. Tempting offer, but I'm afraid I must decline. On account of that atrocious performance, you would have made a god's awful murmur, Ungast. What? How did you know? You bastards tricked me. Please don't hurt me. I was only doing it to protect my people. Is that so? Do continue. Very well. I'm a man of the Golden Bazaar, raised there, if not born. Some moons ago, the Al-Majra raids began. They would appear sudden as a sandstorm and plunder and pillage at will. Our defenders couldn't stand against them, few as they were. Everyone lived in fear. I wanted to save my people, but being a merchant was all I knew, so I did the only thing a merchant could. I approached the Al-Majra in hopes of brokering a deal. In return for sparing the Golden Bazaar, they made demands, outrageous ones. Demands? What kind, pray tell? First of all, they wanted the schedule for crystal shipment from the Nanawa mines. For this, I bribed one of the workers to leak me the information. Next, they wanted me to bring them people. So I posed as a priest to lure in the vulnerable and give them over to the Al-Majra. I didn't have a choice. Protecting one's home is a noble thing, but at the cost of innocence. You could have sought the aid of the immortal flames, yet you did not. I suspect you are not telling me the full story. What made you sell out your own people? Speak. The mumble was good. What did you say? The coin was good, I said. I could sell mole meat for a score of lifetimes and not see even a fraction of what the Al-Majra pay me. You sacrificed innocence so that you could line your own pockets? Words fail to express the contempt I feel for you. Spare me your contempt. If you want to blame someone for the mess the world's in, then blame yourselves or the gods. Not you again. Were you the one leaking the Immortal Flame's patrol routes to the enemy as well? Spit it out. No, I know nothing about that, I swear. At this stage, I'm rather disinclined to believe aught that leaves your mouth. But no matter. There'll be time enough to learn the truth. Oh no, sobs and cries. Lowolf, be a good man and take word of these developments to Minfilia, would you? Oste. I shall prize everything I can out of this filth. The abductees are still somewhere out there. Our foremost priority is to rescue them. Alright, so this is where those tokens are going to come in handy. Instead of having to, go back to Ul'dah and then all the way out to Vesper Bay or hope to catch one to Horizon, we're just going to go into our inventory and use a ticket. This is a rather new item, and I appreciate the heck out of it. I think you were on earlier, Dragon. I don't remember this Chocobo being here prior to 5.3 and the big MSQ switch. I could be wrong, but I really don't think it was here. And yes, Nightingale, there is a lot of back and forth and back and forths and forths and backs and ups and downs and lefts and rights and forths and backs. But these Aetheryte tickets definitely make it a lot easier to get back to here quickly, which is a great, vast improvement. Let's see. Nope, no shops yet. Welcome back. I am pleased that you and Thancred have been getting along. I see. You have done well to uncover the truth. My thanks for the report. As Thancred said, we must ascertain where the abducted were taken, and none but the Al-Majra know the answer. Suffice it to say, they will not willingly part with this information. I fear blood will be spilled before all is said and done. That's an interesting one. Though we seek a peaceful solution to the primal problem, we must needs be ready to fight for our cause. That you might take to the field suitably prepared, I would have you meet with a goblin acquaintance of mine. His name is Munimix Bubblypots, and he is a scholar of no small repute. Munimix is renowned for having introduced a revolutionary method of enhancing equipment to Eorzea. The knowledge of this method was once a closely guarded secret, thanks to Munimix and his students, has now been disseminated to the great benefit of all the realm. It serve you well to acquire the understanding of the process. For this purpose, I shall lend you a blade. Take it to Munimix, and bid him use it to demonstrate his craft to you. Munimix is ever to be found at his camp in central Thanalin, a place known as the Bonfire. Look for a pillar of smoke, and the way will become clear. I think we're just going to go ahead and teleport out. I actually think it was where we were earlier when we did the one other side quest to get the materia extraction quest done. So we're going to go to Central Thanalin. Yep, right up there where we were before. We'll teleport straight to Blackrush Station. We'll head out to the north and the east. And a sprinting we will go, a sprinting we will go. Hello, the Mutamix, Bubbly Pots. Pish Shka. Who has Uplander come to tent ring of Mutamix Bubbly Pots? We're going to hand over Minfilia's dagger. And cutscene! Fighty Tool drinks in airy self. When full of airy self, Fighty Tool changes to Stony Shine, name of Materia. If Materia join with other Fighty Tool, then Big Eyes Fighty Tool gains power of Airy Self. Pish Shka, Mutamix is reckoning that Uplander is friend of Minfilia. You mean Bubbly Pots or Mutamix? Yes, tongue flaps reach ears of Mutamix with fastness. Minfilia wants Uplander to see power of Materia. Uplander brings Fighty Tool to Mutamix, yes? Shka, Fighty Tool is unstrong as Eating Tool. Make good Teachy show of power of Materia. The Materia, Master. Now, eyes of Uplander point at Fighty Tool, yes? Shka. Materia join with Fighty Tool. Fighty Tool gains power of Materia. Fighty Tool reborn. Here, Uplander, take Fighty Tool to Minfilia. Materia, strictly speaking, is a kind of crystal. It is created by drawing out the etheric constituents from a piece of equipment and then crystallizing them. Not just any old equipment will serve, mind you. It must have sufficient spirit bond, that being a measure of how fully an item has been imbued with its owner's spirit. When ye attach a piece of materia to gear, ye imbue the host item with its power. That's how Master Mutamix turned that dagger of yours from something as would have struggled to cut steak into a weapon worth wielding. Pishka, Uplander wishes to be joiner of materia? Then Uplander best fill brain case with knowledge of crafty making. With knowings of crafty making, Uplander can become joiner of materia. If Uplander wants brain case to rattle with knowings of materia, Uplander best trade tongue flaps with learning ones of Mutamix. So, we cannot meld our own materia until we have the ability to craft items. Let's see here. We're going to run back to the town, see if we can't get a direct hop over to Vesper Bay. If not, I'm going to use another Aetheryte ticket or Aetheryte. Aetheryte? One of the three. Oh, it looks like our level 25 Gladiator quest is also available. So we might head back to Ul'dah and take care of that real quick, just to make sure we're up on our abilities for our class. Which I think we are. Let's go deal with our Chocobo Keep. We'll head back to Ul'dah. We'll take care of our class quest. And while we're in Ul'dah, we might go ahead and visit the smith that the dragon keeps reminding me that I need to show off. Isn't that right, dragon? Let's see what's on the map. Ah, yes, she has a valid point. So we'll go pick up our next class quest. We'll go hit the smith that's over in the quicksand with Momodi. We'll not do a lot of them. We'll do one or two, maybe just one at the moment. Basically, what the smiths do is they teach you how to play the role of your class. We are playing a tank. So he's going to give us tank type stuff. Actually, we're right here in front of the guild, so we're going to go do that real fast. Then we'll jump down to the Gladiators Guild and get our next class quest. So this person over here with the sprout above his head, like the sprout next to our name, is the smith. Greetings, I am one of the smiths, stoker of fires and forger of futures. As a dedicated member of the Adventurers Guild, I have been entrusted with the task of providing assistance to new adventurers. Well, well, the mantle of adventurer does not drape so awkwardly from your shoulders as it once did. But while questing alone certainly brings its own rewards, you haven't truly adventured until you've delved into some darkened dungeon, stalwart comrades at your side. Ancient ruins, echoing caverns, and all manner of deadly places lie hidden across the realm, and these are best conquered in the company of trustworthy allies. And such advice holds true for many a formidable foe that would crush a solitary adventurer. How one fights in a party, however, is often drastically different from how one fights alone. Thus did we construct the Hall of Novice, where we endeavored to prepare you for those differences. The hall can be found just north of Aleport in western Lanuska. Within its walls, we offer burgeoning heroes a bevy of training exercises. Step into the flames, my friend, and forge the skills you shall need for the morrow. Hall of the Novice membership has been granted. Register for training under the duty menu. Right now we can take Tank 1. We'll go ahead and do that. So this is the first Smith training course on how to be a tank. Duty is commencing. Listen up, novice. For this exercise, you'll be learning avoidance. An enemy often tips his hand before a big strike, so save yourself some hurting and step clear of the impact. Show you've learned to get out of the way, and ye pass. Are we clear? Let me know when you're ready to begin. Now these have an auto click down. You can't click through them, you can't avoid them. You just have to wait for the timer to run out. Prepared to start then, are ye? Oh yes, yes I am. Training exercise is now underway. Watch your opponent carefully. When you see an attack coming, move out of the strike zone. Alright. And out of the way. And out of the way. Remember, avoid the orange. It is bad. And out of the way. Up, and out of the way. And out of the way. This is the dance we'll be doing, just out of the way. And now, we have area of effects from the mage back here. Now we have both. I cannot move. I got hit by something. There we go. So what we can do, other than seeing the things, and it doesn't look like... Ah, yes. Focus target. Oh, well. We missed everything anyhow. Includes, come see him for the reward, and you'll get teleported over, and we will talk with him. Outstanding. Learning to avoid the obvious attacks is a skill all adventurers need. Those who insist on standing still won't long survive the profession. And speaking of survival, perfecting each Omi lessons will earn you a piece of armor to help with in your chosen role. You can also repeat the same lesson with other masters, and be rewarded with equipment that what works best for students of their combat style. Here's your bonus for completing the exercise. Remember, this training on the field of battle. Got something that we're not going to be able to do much with. So that's the Smith Hall. We can talk to them again and do exercise 2. But we're going to skip exercise 2 for right now and press on with the storyline and the job quests. Go to the Gladiators Guild. Once again, we have this nice little blue mark with the plus sign on it, meaning, hey, come unlock something. Come do something here. All these other ones that you see, these are side quests. We don't really need to do them at the moment. I like to save them for other classes so that I have, well, basically quests to do for experience. Must apologize for my earlier behavior. As First Sword, my duty is not only to foster your growth as a gladiator, but to also protect you from dangers you are not yet ready to face. I did not know that Leovold had become the leader of the Alacran. He had chosen to bear his steel at us. Many and more of us would not have returned alive. I need to know why he's turned to a life of crime, and so I've ordered my best men to scour Thanlin for any trace of his whereabouts. Fortunately, one of them has disappeared. I have strong suspicions that he has been taken prisoner by the Alacran, or worse. If there is any hope of saving him, we must act quickly. I would have you search for our missing comrade. His last report stated that he was tracking the Alacran near the Hammers in western Thanlin. If you go there, you may yet find some clues to his fate. I've been far too reckless in recent days, and let too many good gladiators come to harm. Please, find our missing comrade and bring him home safe. Alright, let's see where we need to go. Steps of Nald, western Thanlin. Alright, we'll just go right outside then. It's not too far away to run it. Kamula, pleasure to see you into the chat room area. Hopefully you are having a wonderful day. I am Triner276. I am a variety streamer. And right now we're playing Final Fantasy XIV, patch 5.4, going over the changes that occurred in patch 5.3 when they updated the main storyline quest. Dragon is updating me to the fact that the porter that is over in Vesper Bay is actually been there for quite a while. But there still was no Aetheryte. However, these nifty little Aetheryte badges here are allowing us to teleport straight to that city location, which is, again, a wonderful, wonderful thing. Now I'm noticing again that my timer things are not wanting to seem to work. Might have to see about updating my timers again. I just might not be understanding how they work as well as I thought. It's a trap! Alright. Well, let's go ahead and take care of the trap. Now see, this was one of those weird things. I hit tab to auto-target the guy that's closest to me, and it, for some reason, went out to the Earth Sprite way in the background. Yes, I will remember to hydrate. Alright, now that we've kicked their butts, we need to speak to this guy again to aid him. That's some fine swordsmanship. Mila, the first sword, certainly knows how to pick 'em. Heh. Even after all these years, I can't quite bring myself to call her that. See, I still remember when her father first brought her to the guild. A wee lass, who cried at the sight of naked steel. To look at her now, you'd swear she was born with a blade in her hand. Not like she had much of a choice, but to rise to the occasion, though. What with all the trouble Aldous got into 7 years ago. Selfish bastard. He should have never... But enough of my rambling. I'll make my way back to Ul'dah after a short rest. You go on ahead and tell Mila that I'm fine. And back to the place. Well, I got a few brief seconds. Let me pull up my stream elements. See, I have it set so that every 30 minutes, it should send out a message. If I'm understanding it correctly, that is. And every 120 minutes when I'm offline, and every 500 chat lines. Oh, that's my mess up. Okay. Let's turn you down to 5. So how many new chat lines there are is what activates whether the timer is running or not. Alright, there we go. So as long as there's been 5 chat lines, it should actually start the timer then. Nope, that's housing. Don't want to go to housing. That's Vesper Bay, but I don't want to head out there just yet. No, every 5 lines it's going to start the timer. As long as there's been 5 lines of chat within the last X amount of time. It's a finicky system. I'll get it right eventually. Something tells me this is going to be a multi-step quest part 2. Thank the gods you're alright. I heard all about the ambush at the Hammers. Excellent work. You've been invaluable to the guild, and I cannot thank you enough. In fact, I believe you deserve a much-needed rest. Take some time for yourself and return when you've recuperated. But before you go, speak with Lulutsu. I believe she has a message for you. Ah, the very gladiator I was seeking. Lean closer, for I would not have the others hear my words. Aldous sends his regards and requests you meet him at the Lich Yard in Eastern Thanalan. Naturally, I've not divulged this information to the First Sword, as you may have gathered from their previous interactions. She's still rather upset with him, and would likely forbid any further association. Quite understandable, since he was clearly being groomed to become the next guildmaster before that horrible scandal. Ah, they would have made such a lovely couple. Forgive me. This is hardly an appropriate topic of conversation. Anyway, you have my word that the First Sword will not hear of any rendezvous from me. Alright. So we're going to come out here. Actually, we'll just go ahead and teleport. Central Thanalin, Eastern Thanalin, Camp Drybone, and we'll head out this way. Ah, yes, MK and Defuli can both probably sympathize greatly with trying to set up all these little timers and do all the little things. And oh, they're such wonderful tools and such a problem all at the same time. And sprint! Go! Do, do, do. We shouldn't be too far away from the trial, I don't think. Like I said, I definitely want to do our class quests, make sure we're staying up to date on those. Too many options is right. You don't even want to fathom the amount of things, Nightingale. The list is like 60 lines long. Alright. Let's see what we got here. And where have you been? Busy drowning in some sweet young thing's eyes? Well, if that's the case, I understand completely. It's been 7 years since Mila's father was laid to rest here. He was mean and stubborn, an old owl goat through and through. But gods, when he danced with sword in hand, it was pure poetry in motion. Mila's right. There's no way I could know what it was like for her back then, forced to replace her father under such terrible circumstances. Hello, who this be? Who might you be? Another of Leovold's lackeys? Master Leovold has been most distressed since learning of your return. This is unacceptable. Your master does not deserve your loyalty, kitten. When you've outlived your usefulness, he'll dispose of you like so many others. Believe me, I speak from personal experience. Say what you will, I will not be swayed. She looks awfully determined to kill me. Still, I'm not really in the mood to play. Mind stopping her? Now, my only one problem is currently I think I'm still wearing my rags. And once you're in battle, you cannot switch. Might be why I had a little bit of trouble with the other guys as well. I am taking too much damage because I am still wearing schlops. Move out of the way of this. Let's see if I can't put my gladiators. Nope. During combat, I can't change. This is, like I said, a little problematic. I am in an instanced area, Dragon. I don't think you're going to be able to get to me to assist. But I am in Eastern Thanalin, up at the graveyard site near Camp Drybone. Doesn't look like I'm going to have too much of an issue with this, though. Stay out of the way of Gut Ripper. Let's get behind her. Do a little stun for 5 seconds. And there we go. We have taken her out. Even with the very not good armor on that I forgot to switch back out. You've gotten stronger. Good. Glad Mila has a man like you to rely on. She's her father's daughter, a leader of men, a true warrior, and an obstinate woman that lets her feelings cloud her judgment. Which is why she needs to be surrounded by dependable people who will give her good counsel and keep her temper in check, now more than ever. Stick by her. She needs you more than she knows. She needs you, Aldous. Haven't you listened to a word I said? She needs dependable people. In case you haven't noticed, I am anything but. I'm only here because of unfinished business. When it's settled, there'll be no reason left for me to stay. I owe it to her old man to put an end to this, to give him peace in Thal's realm, by making that bastard Leopold finally answer for his crimes. Remember what I said. Now go. She's probably wondering where you are. Alright, so for right now, I am going to switch back to my proper gear, and then I'll be told that I can't do the main story quest until I switch back out. So we're going to equip up, reset our gear, and we are going to press on. So now we have to go back to Ul'dah. There we go. Now I can see. Something tells me this is going to be a little bit... Yeah. Back to Ul'dah. What am I doing? I am a crazy, crazy person. Can't do it this time. No. Okay. We have some Chocobo music to listen to. While we're on this little break, let's see. No new peoples? Okay. Dragon, if you would be so kind as to bring me a small refill, I would greatly appreciate it. There is a partially filled cup of tea in the refrigerator. Again, I promise you all, this music will not continue past certain points. I just gotta get to the point where I can have my own Chocobos. Which, let's see, we're on life materia and everything. Let's go ahead and check off our checklist at the moment. Let's see, yes to that, yes to that. Ah, yes, we only have one or two more quests, hopefully, before we actually get to the trial. The trial will be a wonderful thing. We will have Lady Ariston help us once again when we go to that. Then shortly thereafter that, a few more quests, and hopefully we will be able to get to our Grand Company choosing this time. Now, that being said, I have several other characters. I have done all of the other Grand Companies except for one. Thank you very much. The other Grand Company is the Immortal Flames, which I've never been a member of, and I think that's where we're going to start off. Now, the good thing about the Grand Companies is you can trade out. You get to trade Grand Companies once for free, and 50,000 for each time after that. And eventually, we will go through all of them. Eventually. But we're going to start off with the Immortal Flames. And here we are, back at Ul'dah. I see a lady. Hello, lady. We shall say the waves and the hug. Maybe even the pet. We shall be on our way into the big city. Alright. Nothing to do here at the moment. Now speaking, going back to the retainers that we unlocked earlier. One of the things that I like to do is I have one retainer per major city, or at least I try to. I just like to spread them out. I don't like to have them all from one place. Just something that I do. You can have them all from Ul'dah if you want. You can have them all from whatever location you want. Why are you staring at me like that, little wolf? Is something the matter? You're behaving rather oddly. Well, I'm afraid I have no news regarding the Alucrin's movements. I remain confident that we will find them soon, though. So keep your blade sharp. Alright. Now these, again, cannot equip equipment to the head. Cannot equip equipment to the feet. So I will go with the heavy iron gauntlets. And we will go ahead and increase our gear. We're going to get a new sword, new shield, and some heavy iron gauntlets. Our next quest will not unlock until level 30. However, that is only 3 levels away. Now, while we're here in town, now we'll save the gold saucer for next week. We'll do the gold saucer, the story, or the not the story, but the event, the Starlight event, and do some of the other miscellaneous stuff. Like I said, maybe start a gatherer, maybe start some of the other stuff. But this week, I definitely want to continue on the main story quest line and try to get it a little further along. We'll go ahead and use one of our Aetheryte passes to go back out to Vesper Bay, where we will turn things in to Minfilia. We went and got a shiny, nice little new dagger for her. Now, unfortunately, until we start a crafter, a proper crafter, I don't think Culinarian does it. But we'll see. Let's talk to Nedrick here. But we're going to need to unlock a crafter to unlock the ability for us to meld our own materia. Not really needed for a while, though. We have some... We're going to skip that one. This unlocks another dungeon for Halatali. We'll come back to do that one in a little bit. Maybe next week. I'm not actually sure if there are benefits, Dragon. I think there's like maybe some reduced costs associated with them. Like if you buy from a retainer that's from the city that you're in, I don't think you pay the 5% sales tax. And if you buy from one that's from a different area, you do have to send in the 5% sales tax that's on the retainers. But other than that, I really don't think there is a benefit from having retainers from different locations. But since you are asking, I am now a little curious. I'm going to pull up a quick Google search and we're going to try to find out. Yes. So yes, the benefit of putting them in a specific city is that people buying in that city do not have to pay the market tax on the items. And there's also taxes on the seller that change. You can check the current taxes by speaking to the retainer Vocate. So we will check into that here in a little bit. Welcome back. Trust your visit to the bonfire proved fruitful. We're going to hand her over her dagger. Ah, what a remarkable difference a single piece of materia can make. Granted, the skills needed to manipulate the substance are not easily acquired, but one need only look upon the results to realize such efforts are worthwhile. As I am sure you are aware, the quality of one's equipment can be the difference between victory and defeat. Materia may well give you the edge you need, so make it your ally. Now, it is time we discuss the matter of your next mission. Pray, speak to me when you're ready to begin. Alright, so she gave us an item. Let's go ahead and open this up. And we got stuff that's in our chest. Let's see. Carnage sword. And an iron lantern shield that we already had. And I believe we already have better. We do. So what we can do is we will grab the sword that has a 0% spirit bomb, and we'll put it back into our inventory, and the same with the shield. And later, we will have our retainer sell it, or attempt to sell it. Alright, next quest. Lord of the Inferno. Word has arrived from Thancred concerning our ongoing investigation. It appears he was able to extract some information from our friend Ungust, the Faust priest. He revealed that he is due to meet with Dalmaja to discuss their dealings. The Immortal Flames believe that meeting will present an ideal opportunity to ambush and capture the Amaja responsible for the abductions, and so they mean to have Ungust attend as planned. As the Amaja are anticipated to offer fierce resistance, the Immortal Flames have requested our support. I would have you provide it to them, Little Wolf. Thancred is presently attending to another matter, but will join you as soon as he is able. Till such time as he does, you will be the Scion's sole representative on the ground. Before he left, he bade me to tell you, save some for him. Such is his confidence in you. Confidence I share. When you have made ready, pray take yourself to Camp Drybone and report to the Flame Sergeant leading the mission. May you walk in the light of the crystal. Alright, we are going to go ahead and go over to Eastern Thanalan, and we are just going to go ahead and teleport out there. A little expensive, 222 gil, but we can afford it for the moment, and speeds things up just a little bit. Alright, let's see here. Where, oh where could this person be? Ah, there we go. Ah, you're Little Wolf Ariston of the Scions. My thanks for coming, friend. We're stronger for your assistance. Allow me to brief you on our mission. Our objective is to capture Al-Malja and prize from them the whereabouts of the abductees. The lizard men aren't aware that their man Ungus has been exposed. When they come to the rendezvous point to meet the traitor, they'll spring the trap. Owing to the clandestine nature of the mission, we can deploy only a small contingent. Every member must count, so we requested the aid of the Scions. The rendezvous will take place at the Invisible City. Please make your way there and lie in wait. We stand to learn much and more of the Amaja plot if the mission succeeds. Little Wolf, let's make sure it does. And this poor guy over here, can somebody please assist him? He seems like he might need a little bit of help to get the box off the ground. He is not doing well. Not doing well at all. Alright, we're going up to the Invisible City. We were there earlier. Yeah, he was not going nowhere. He needs a helping hand, maybe a back support, brace, something, maybe a dolly. But he definitely needs something to help him along. Alright. Though we can't have her help just yet, here in a few moments, we will be going out to face the Lord of Infernos, Ifrit. When we get to that point, Lady Ariston will more than likely join us as our dedicated healer, wonderful person that she is. It's always good to have a trustworthy healer on your side. Now, one of the good things, a little bit of a good thing of being level 27 is not a lot of stuff around here is really going to take notice of us as we run right past them. Usually when you're 10 levels or so above an area, you can run by your enemies and nothing should happen. I still like to be a little bit cautious and go behind them though. As you see, nothing really happened. Now these corpses should get us. Yep. And we are not going to mess with the level 50 that's out there. Thankfully, he is a what should be mostly friendly level 50. We still don't want to go messing around with him, though. We are going to wait in this destination spot. Level Sync, and this is why she cannot help us at the current moment. This is going to be an instant little battle, and then we will learn of our first area. Is the bait in place? Our man is in position, sir. Good. We make our move as soon as the Al-Malja appear. Yes, sir. And there they are. Oh, what is the meaning of this? Wait, something's amiss. We've been double-crossed. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I'm afraid your little ambush ends here. I eluded the Immortal Flame's clutches for moons before finally being caught. Did you not wonder how I managed it? It was almost as if someone was feeding him information from the inside. Wahaha. Aye, your every movement was known to me ahead of time. Now, as much as I'd love to chat a while, I have appointments to keep. They're all yours. Attack! Somehow I don't think we're going to make it out of this, but we shall see. Time will prove all. Alright. Now, we are level synced. If you notice, one of our abilities is no longer able to be used. I'm actually... take care of this bruiser. I'm going to take care of these archers back here. He's a level 24. And he calls reinforcements. Let's throw Iron Will up. Go ahead and do our bonus damage. Let's take care of this guy. If I do remember correctly, I think we are meant to lose this battle. Or it's timed. One of the two. We will find out. And there's some more Amaja. So I'm not going to use any potions or anything if I don't need to. We'll just keep beating on them. It says we have to defeat them, but I don't think we do. Oh, there we go. Again, I don't know if it's timed or if you just... certain things happen and then... yeah. Put up your weapon, or your comrade's a dead man. Behind you! Bring him. The rest of you, march. Traitor scum. And we are no longer instanced. We are going to come up here and talk to the Flame Sergeant. I fear the Amaja mean to give us to their gods as an offering. I must die. Let me die a soldier's death, steel in hand. We can now do the Bowl of Embers. Our duty has been updated, so we are going to open up, go to our friends list, and we're going to invite Lady Ariston to the guild, or to the party. Hello, lady. I might need to go see where Lady is at. There she is. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and join the Bowl of Embers. So this is our first trial. This isn't a dungeon, it is a trial. Again, nearly instantly queued as we have a tank and a healer. Waiting for one more DPS. A little odd, but not too bad. Alright. This is our first primal. Now, during these cutscenes, if you hit enter, you can actually bring up your chat. Lord of the Inferno, hearken to our plea. Lord of the Inferno, deliver us from our misery. O mighty Ifrit, Lord of the Inferno, your humble servants beseech you, grace us with your divine presence. Tafuli, pleasure to see you, good buddy. Yes, this is a little ominous. It's Ifrit. O mighty Ifrit, we bring before you ignorant savages who know not your godhead. If it please you, Lord, scorch their heathen souls with your cleansing flame, and mark them as your own. Bloody hells! Bring those two as well. Ah. What's going on? This isn't what we agreed. None but servants of Lord Ifrit may behold the rite of summoning. The souls of unbelievers are forfeit. No, spare me, I beg you. Ifrit's had a lot of makeovers over the many Final Fantasy games. Pitiful children of man, by my breath I claim you. Arise once more as my loyal minions. Feed my flames with your faith, and all who stand against us shall burn. O mighty Ifrit, my one true God. Your words are my bread. Impossible! By what sorcery do you resist my master's will? Yes, that is definitely usually more of a lion than a big lizard, but they changed it up a little bit. Could it be? Your soul already belongs to another? Yes, that is the only explanation. I love how my sword went through my arm there. Forsooth, thy frail mortal frame can serve as vessel to the blessing of but one. Yet I smell not the taint of another upon thee. The truth of thine allegiance waxeth clear. Thou art the godless blessed's number. The paragons warned of thine abhorrent kind. Thine existence is not to be suffered. Wait! I think he's angry with us. Alright. Gonna come up here. We'll shield him, turn him, make sure our Iron Will is on, and we are just going to start laying into his butt. Reprisal and Rampart to save some life and energy. We are just going to start kicking his behind. Now, as a tank, not too much to worry about. This is the first trial. It's fairly simple. As the tank the damage. Eruption will attack somebody almost randomly. Falcon Burst pushes me back. That's perfectly fine. Now, about halfway through his life, he's going to summon the Nail of Ifrit, I believe, or Ifrit's Nail. And we'll want to take that down before doing anything else. So I will be switching here in a brief second when that comes out. Surrender thyself to the fires of judgment. There it is. Infernal Nail. There we go. We're going to come over here and we're going to start beating on it. This is a DPS check. And what that means is if it doesn't die fast enough, he will instant kill the party. So we want to take it down fast. Alright, there we go. He's taken care of. He jumps up. And then he does Hellfire. Had the nail not been dead, this would kill us instantly. No questions asked, no second chances, just dead. I'll go ahead and throw these two back up here. And now it's just damage. Radiant Plume. Run out of that as best we can. I missed it. Does an inside forward, then it's going to do an outside Radiant Plume. Lady is doing a wonderful job of keeping everybody alive. Thank you, Lady. More eruptions. And he is almost dead already. And there we go. And we have yet another crystal. This time the red one. I believe we've already had blue and purple. Now we have the red crystal. Sparkly. Pray forgive my lateness. I was delayed by a congregation of Amaja zealots. I swear, each seemed more evangelical than the last. Persistent lot. Whew. See, the Bloodsworn wasted no time extracting the captives, no less than I'd expect from the Flame General's hand-picked men. As for those two, it is fair to say their hardships have only just begun. They have much to answer for. I feel I owe you an apology. Had I known this mission would prove so dangerous, I would never have left you to face it alone. You have been given a veritable baptism of fire. But let us continue this conversation in more agreeable surrounds. Camp Drybone, shall we say? This way, sir. So that was our first trial. And it's not quite over yet. Nero Tolskavia. So that was the mighty Ifrit. And what a disappointment he was. The readings are nowhere near what I had anticipated, even taking Uldan interference into account. You should know better than to rely upon 5-year-old data left by the 7th Legion. Nor can we expect any form of support from the motherland, given the troubles at court. We have only ourselves to rely upon. Ever the pessimist, my dear Livia. Promise me you'll never change. We've wasted enough time here. That meter of yours is too old to give any reading worth a damn. Not that there was aught worth a damn for it to read, but I take your point. I suppose we must content ourselves with the knowledge that we've achieved our primary objective. Yet I find that I am troubled by that adventurer's unexpected show of strength. Could such a foe prove a hindrance to our plans? Perhaps. That is a consideration for another time. You have been given a task. That is your priority. I suggest you treat it as such. Fail to do as my lord commands, and I will spare him the trouble of punishing you. Oh, gracious dragon, that's almost horrible. Only 4 actions out of like the 30 that you're used to? I am sorry we've synced you so low. With allies like that. Beware a woman in love. I shall need to be on my best behavior. Now, the rest of the group already left. Got the lovely fanfare. We're going to go ahead and exit. I received a player commendation. Tanks and healers usually get player commendations. Usually. Alright, we're going to go ahead and drop the party at this point. Not that I don't like being in the party, but just to make sure that all experience is given where it is. Alright. Ah, there you are. Come, rest a while. You will have no better opportunity after witnessing their god's ignominious defeat. The Almaja will be less inclined to risk our wrath, for a time at least. Now, where were we? Ah, yes. I was in the process of apologizing. I do hope you can forgive me. I arrived too late to be of any use, to you or the abductees. They may be whole of body, but the same cannot be said of their minds, for once a man is tempered... but it ill suits me to dwell on the negatives. Amidst all our misfortunes, there is still reason to rejoice. Ifrit is slain, and by your hand, no less. That is the deed of no ordinary individual. Not that I ever thought you were ordinary. On the contrary, I have long suspected that you had the potential to shape the fate of this realm. What can I say? My fine eye for talent remains undimmed. Minfilia will be proud beyond all reckoning when she hears of your deeds. Trust you shan't object to my bearing the tidings to her? That way I can claim to have contributed something to this mission. You, meanwhile, have earned yourself a rest. Take some time to relax, and return to the Waking Sands when you are good and ready. We can discuss matters in more detail then. Just don't take too long, will you? The realm's problems won't solve themselves. Go ahead and take a bit of a drink. And we are going to use one of those very lovely, wonderful Aetheryte tickets to go back to the Waking Sands. And there's a lady. Hi, lady. Oh. I couldn't wave, I was teleporting. And here we are. Now, because we went through a trial, let's also hit the Mender. Make sure all of our gear is all happy. Now, they did make one change, and hopefully I'm following it correctly. I think what the change means is that if you're out fighting normal enemies, your gear will take no damage. But if you're fighting in a Fate, or an Instance, or a dungeon, or a trial, then you will take damage on your equipment. I think is how it's supposed to be, but I'm not 100% sure. So far, though, it seems to be the case. Ah, the triumphant hero returns. Thancred told us the news upon his arrival. He is presently in the Solar, giving a full report to Lady Minophilia. You should join them at once. Lady Minophilia is most eager to see you. We will complete the quest and walk inside. My late arrival nearly cost Lil Wolf his life. I wasn't there when the Almaja took him prisoner. And I wasn't there when they served him to Ifrit. Yes, by some miracle, he survived. But that does not excuse the fact that he should never have had to face such dangers alone. I failed him utterly. Just as I'm failing you all. What's done is done, Thancred. You can ill blame yourself for every... Little Wolf, it is so good to see you again. Impeccable timing, my friend. I had just finished regaling Minfilia with your heroic exploits. Thancred has told me everything. You have done well to return to us. The perils you faced were undeniably great, yet a part of me believes that I had no cause to fear. Now we can put paid to our long investigation. As we suspected, the Almaja undertook both the robbery and the abductions with the aim of summoning their primal Ifrit. Nor is this tale limited to Ul'dah. Similar incidents have been rife in both Limsa Lominsa and Gridania of late. I dare say you've been curious as to how these crimes are linked to the primals. Permit me to explain. Having manifested in the physical realm, primals must consume ether if they are to maintain their presence here. The stronger they become, the more ether they require. Now, ether exists throughout creation, flows through all life, and permeates the very air that we breathe. Alas, this alone will not suffice to sustain the likes of Ifrit. Nay, he and his kind require a more concentrated sort of ether, crystals. It is for this reason that incidents involving crystals can often be traced back to a primal. Which leaves us with the why of the abductions. To understand this, you must first understand how primals are born. When all is well with the world, primals possess no physical form. Their essence is dispersed across the great river of ether. Or aether. Ether? Who knows? However, when the world is plunged into chaos, those who worship the primals cry out to their gods for deliverance from suffering. These cries serve as a beacon toward which a primal's essence is irresistibly drawn. It is this coming together, or etheric coalescence, which grants the being's physical form. Once born, primal gains strength from its followers' worship. The more numerous and fervent they are, the more powerful their god becomes. But the primals are seldom satisfied with such reverence as their adherents freely give, and in order to gain more power, they do not scruple to create followers. They do this by tempering mortals, a process to which you yourself were subjected. Yet, even as Ifrit took your comrades in his thrall, you alone remain unaffected. This is thanks to the power you possess, the Echo. We know not the why of it. Those blessed with the Echo are immune to primal influence. Take a sip real quick. It is as though a greater power protects us. When first you came to us, I told you that the Echo would be instrumental in dealing with the primal threat. I trust you now begin to see why. The recent incidents all share a common trait: meticulous planning. Such elaborate designs are a new development, and one which fills me with an unshakable sense of foreboding. While I share your concern, my presiding feeling is one of relief at your safe return. Ah, the immortal flames assured me that they will deal with the aftermath, so you need not concern yourself with that. We may rest easy for a time. I suggest you take full advantage of the respite. You may be sure it won't last long, once the people learn the identity of the hero who felled Ifrit. I fear you will have nary a moment to yourself. Alright, so we just finished the Ifrit quest. Alright. Whether she intended to or no, Minfilia neglected to tell you something. Something I think it would be best you heard from one of us. Concerns the tempered abductees that were rescued. I'm sorry to report that all are to be put to death. The flames with whom you were imprisoned included. Needless to say, this information must not be made known to the public. I swear to you that we would not do this if there were any other recourse. Once a man is tempered, he is tempered for life. His very existence lends strength to the primal whom he cannot choose but worship. And so we Scions continue our fight, that no more innocents need be sacrificed. I hope that you will continue to stand with us. But I should be going. I must offer my apologies to the Flame General for the losses of his people suffered. Till next time. Gods forgive me, how many more lives? Louisoix would never have allowed this to happen. I have to do better. I have to be stronger. And that is the quest complete. Alright, and we talked to Minfilia. Till not so very long ago, you were but one of the many adventurers seeking to make their way in Eorzea. But for your character and courage, you were raised to the esteemed post of envoy. Thereafter, you traveled the realm, aiding those in need without thought of reward, confirming to Thancred that the Scions would benefit from your aid. And no sooner had you joined us than you personally bested the primal Ifrit. You have achieved a great deal in a short time, and won fame in so doing. Alas, fame does not come without a price, as you will soon discover. We have guests, Little Wolf, or rather, you have guests. Beg pardons. Ah, Lady Minfilia, radiant as always. I am given to understand that the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have but recently welcomed a new hero into their midst. I am here on behalf of the Maelstrom Grand Company of Limsa Lominsa to offer said hero a place of honor within our ranks. As you can see, your recent exploits have garnered you the attentions of the Grand Companies of Eorzea. Each organization would have Ifrit's bane for its own. To this end, all three have sent officers to court you. They would not ordinarily go to such lengths to enlist a new recruit. That they have is evidence of their high regard of you. I find myself wondering how word of Lulwolf's deeds spread so quickly. That the immortal flame should know of his triumph is to be expected, but what of the other Grand Companies? Eep! Your reputation precedes you, Master Ariston. 'Tis no ordinary man who can face a primal and emerge the victor. The Order of the Twin Adder has need of valiant men such as you. Join your strength to ours, friend, and together let us ensure that peace ever reigns over the Twelveswood. What a pleasure it is to finally meet you, Master Ariston. My comrades speak of you in the most glowing terms. Why, even before you aided us against the Almaja and their dread primal, yours was already a respected name in Ul'dah. Our people know you and love you well. A man of your talent belongs with the immortal flames. Join your strength to ours, friend. Together, let us secure a prosperous future for Ul'dah. The Admiral was not exaggerating when she said you have the look of a hero. Full often does she speak of you, friend. It is only natural that we should want you for the Maelstrom. Join your strength to ours, and together let us see the grand vessel of Limsa Lominsa to the shores of glory. So we get to choose. As I've said, I've got people in the other two, I am going to choose the Immortal Flames this time. Lady Minfilia. Very well. Though I am quite sure you need no reminding, mayhap a brief summary of the situation would help to clarify your thoughts on this matter. As you know, the Grand Companies are all-encompassing organizations empowered to call upon the martial, economic, and technological resources of their respective city-states in times of strife. There are presently 3 such organizations in Eorzea: the Maelstrom of Limsa, the Order of the Twin Adder of Gridania, and the Immortal Flames of Ul'dah. Serving a Grand Company means serving the nation to which it belongs. It will be charged with its defense and tasked with advancing its cause. In return for your faithful service, you will be furnished with the various rewards, some of which may well prove useful to you in your other endeavors. If you are agonizing over which of the Grand Companies best deserve your loyalty, be at ease. The commitment you make to this day need not be permanent. Should you wish to shift your allegiance at a later date, you are entitled to do so, and yet concede that it is no small choice you face. A thought occurs to me. You will, of course, recall that the 3 city-states are planning to hold remembrance services. Well, as part of the proceedings, I am given to understand that the leader of each Grand Company will deliver an address. Hearing these addresses ought to help you make an informed decision. What say you, my dear officers? A fine suggestion. You are as wise as you are beautiful, my lady. Very well. Let Little Wolf hear our leader speak, then return here with his decision. This is going to be a lot of talking. We eagerly await your answer. Poor Tataru. I know full well that adventurers are by their nature a liberty-loving breed, and not best suited for the discipline of military service, but I strongly urge you to join a Grand Company nonetheless. And while the promise of reward is enticing in itself, it is not the only benefit. You are possessed of great power, and with it you are capable of doing untold good. Yet know that great power is wont to attract attention, not all of it friendly. There will be those who wish you ill, and you must needs be on the lookout for them. Yet, however vigilant you are but one man. In the midst of a Grand Company, however, it will be one man amongst many, a friend amongst friends. Your achievements will be shared, and so will the danger. I can think of no better arrangement. Of course, joining one organization need not mean leaving another. I hope that we can continue to rely on your aid. 12 know that we will have need of it in the days ahead. Grand Companies seek to protect their own nations. We Scions, on the other hand, seek to preserve the future of Eorzea as a whole. Similar, yet not quite the same. Now then, I expect that you will be afield more often in the future. As such, I would have you carry this link pearl with you at all times. It will allow us to stay in touch regardless of the location. Why couldn't you have given me this much earlier? Eorzea is changing, and you have the power to help shape it anew. None can say what the morrow will bring, but so long as we believe in ourselves, there is naught we cannot achieve. Now it is time you made ready for your journey. Before you depart, be sure to speak to Tataru. She will apprise you as to where and when the remembrance services are due to take place. Alright. A hero in the making. Let's see, we have a new user in the channel. Hello, Feet. I am Trainer276. I am a variety streamer. Today we are playing Final Fantasy XIV, patch 5.4. Just recently updated last week. The changes that we're going over by playing this character from the beginning are the changes that took place in patch 5.3. They streamlined the main story quest line, made it a bit easier to go through, and less reliant on side quests, which is a wonderful thing. They also implemented these Aetheryte tickets that teleport you straight here to one of the main story quest places, which is wonderful. On Thursday, I stream PS4. I played Disgaea 5 on that day until we finish that one, and I'll choose something else. I hope you stay a while and listen. Sorry about all the attention you're getting, Lil Wolf. I might have sung your praises a little too loudly and often to a few too many people. Next time, I'll be sure to hold my tongue, literally if necessary. Anyway, I expect you want to know where and when the Remembrance services are taking place. If all goes to plan, Gridania's Grand Company, the Order of the Twin Adder, will hold the first of the 3 services. An Elder Seedseer, Khan Asena, will deliver her address at Miketo's amphitheater. Should probably mention at this point that due to the organizational challenges involved in assembling all the involved parties, it's possible that the order of the services might change. Still, there's not much we can do about that, so make Gridania your first port of call. Next, you'll need to go to Ul'dah, where the Flame General Ruban Aldine will be addressing the masses at the Royal Promenade. Oh, and it's rumored there's to be a special guest. How exciting! Last but not least, you make your way over to the stateroom in Limsa Lominsa, where Maelstrom Chief Admiral Merlwyb Blowfishwind will be giving her address. The room is accessible via the Admiral's lift. Identify yourself to the sentry, Xanthiel, and he will admit you. Got all that? Well, off you go then. I hope you find the Remembrance services suitably educational. I suggest visiting the city-states in my prescribed order, though with your record of impeccable timing and luck, the schedule may well change in favor of your preferred travel plans. Farewell. Alright. So, we need to go to Gridania. So, first things first, because I don't think we have a direct path to it. What we can do is go to the Black Shroud. Now, it is 448 to go directly here. What we can do instead is come back to Ul'dah and then go up and take the airship and spend a lot less than 498 gil. Little small tips or things to do like that, just to save a little bit of gil, especially at the beginning of the game, is very interesting. We only have 14,000. I actually need to move that up. Let me take care of that real quick. We'll go to the HUD layout. I need to move this up some so that it is actually visible on screen. There we go. Now we can see my gil. I have 14,000. This is the reception desk for flights bound for the Mandeville Gold Saucer. Oh, we don't want to do that one. Cancel. Oh, gracious, it looks like we have to do that one. Well, okay. Well, never mind then. We are going to teleport straight over to Gridania because we don't want to do the Gold Saucer just yet. We'll take care of that next Monday. Here we go. And it's a lady! Hello, lady. We're going to wave at the lady. Ah! We're going to pick up the Troubled Adventurer. Several adventurers are having difficulty summoning their retainers. Should you wish to offer your assistance, you will find these troubled souls in Limsa Lominsa, Gridania, and Ul'dah. The rewards will be the same regardless of whom you help, so do not hesitate to aid the adventurer of your choice. We will accept that quest. She's never ignored a summons before. Beg your pardon, sir, but would you be willing to aid a fellow adventurer? It's about my retainer. She hasn't returned from her latest venture to Nine Ives. I fear something terrible may have happened. I would track her down myself, but if I could, but I have an important appointment I must needs keep. Mayhap you could go and search in my stead? Alright. So we're going to hide that quest until next week as well. Alright, and we are... I jumped down. What are you? Ah, we'll get into that at another point in time as well. We'll hit the Aetheryte. We'll go to the amphitheater. We will go see our first of 3 remembrances. Look at all the snow and Christmas ornaments. Alright, we'll hit the destination spot. Hopefully this is voice acted.
I lost my son to the calamity.
The 3 Seedseers are all together.
Some say you couldn't take a step without stumbling over a body.
Our forebears were once strangers in the Twelveswood. Fearful of the Green Wrath, they hid themselves in the dark recesses of the earth. Yet they dreamed of basking in the dappled sunlight of the forest. Through great effort, they proved their worth to the elementals, and were granted a place beneath the boughs. So it was that Gridania was born, some 5 centuries ago. Working hand in hand, the Hyur and the Elysian settlers sowed the seeds of our civilization, and soon they were joined by folk of all races. So nourished by the waters of unity, and blessed by the light of the matron, Gridania flourished into the great nation it is today.
Do you see the Gridanian standard? There, hanging behind the Elder Seedseer. The entwined serpents represent the unity between Hyur and Elysian. An elegant symbol, do you not agree?
In accordance with the will of the elementals, we have embraced a life of peace. Alas, our neighbors have not always sought the same for themselves, nor for us. Though we Gridanians have no love for war, we have still less for those who would threaten our way of life. Ever have we fought to protect the sanctity of the Twelveswood. When the Garlean Empire brought its war of conquest to Eorzea, we rallied under the noble standard of the Twin Adder that we might push back the encroaching darkness. And it was we who prepared the ground for the reformation of the Eorzean Alliance, that all the peoples of this realm might stand united against the common threat. "5 years ago, the Alliance met the armies of the Empire upon the fields of Carteneau. It would prove the bloodiest battle in recent memory. Countless Gridanian lives were lost. As Supreme Commander of the Order of the Twin Adder, ever shall I bear the weight of our people's sacrifice. Alas, their loss was not the only tragedy to befall us that day. For
Sorry.
the scars borne by our forest are a constant reminder of its violence. Our lives have been irrevocably changed, each waking hour a struggle to survive. Driven to desperation, some among us have strayed from the path of righteousness, resorting to banditry, poaching, and other unconscionable deeds. To compound our woes, the Ixal have returned in force, emboldened by our suffering. They test our defenses nigh without cease, and prey upon the vulnerable. So beleaguered from within and without, it is of little wonder that our unity now falters. Dark times are upon us.
Time was a man could walk
Pox
the
on that bloody
highways without
Ixal.
fear.
On this day, 5 years ago, countless Eorzeans laid down their lives that we might behold another dawn. Please join with me in honoring their memory.
And how do you propose to honor the memory of those you cannot remember, pray tell?
The destruction wrought by the calamity was indiscriminate. It dealt death to Eorzean and Garlean alike. Yet while we have labored to rebuild our homes, to rebuild our lives, the Empire has set about raising steel fortresses here in the Twelveswood. Let none be mistaken. The Garleans remain the greatest threat to our survival. If we are to stand against them, we must remember what it is to be united. Our many troubles blind us to the woes of our fellow man. Thence is harmony lost. Yet harmony is the founding principle of Gridania. We are gathered here to honor the fallen. Let them be honored not only in word and thought, but through concerted action. I bid you join hands with me once more beneath the Twin Adder standard. And together, let us heal the forest's wounds, that our progeny might live in harmony beneath these ancient boughs. For serenity, purity, and sanctity. We must think of the children!
Woods will be done.
It's up to us to protect the
All
forest.
the elementals!
If you'll permit me, Alphino. And my sister, Alize, at your service. I saw at a glance that you were a fellow traveler. You might call us students of history, sampling the realm's remembrances in pursuit of enlightenment.
So in case you weren't here for the very first stream, these two were on the cargo wagon with us. Alphino, the Gridanians are unfortunate enough to have to contend with two beast tribes. The Ixel are unquestionably the more troublesome, being of a naturally warlike disposition, and want to summon their bloodthirsty primal Garuda. The Sylphs, by contrast, are peaceful in nature, being mischievous rather than malevolent, and have long been on friendly terms with the Gridanians, until recently at least. Alas, they have grown aloof, a change observed at roughly the time they summoned the primal Ramuh. The Gridanians have no love for war, and they consider open conflict a last resort. Though they clash with the Ixel ever more regularly, you may be assured that they do so in self-defense. As for the Sylphs, they are as yet bound by a peace treaty, though one wonders how long it will be before it's broken. The Twelveswood was grievously wounded during the calamity, leaving Gridania vulnerable to attack. People are hopeful that restoring the wood, and thereby the power of the elementals, put an end to their woes. Yet how long will that take? Centuries, I'd wager. Meanwhile, the Ixel will continue their incursions, spurred on by Garuda, and her insatiable appetite for destruction. Whether the Gridanians like it or not, sooner or later it will come to all-out war. And when it does, the Order of the Twin Adder will need all the help it can muster. How valuable might the aid of a capable adventurer prove to them? Yes, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, there's going to be a lot of lore, a lot of cutscenes, and hopefully not much talking from me. Alright. So that is the first one down. We still need to go to Limsa Lominsa and Gridania, or Ul'dah. Now. So here's your botanist, here's your conjurer, here's your leather worker, your lancer. Don't think we have a way straight to where I want to go. So we are going to take the Aethernet to the airship landing. We are going to go to Limsa Lominsa. Now this is a little bit out of order for what they wanted us to do, but it is what it is. We're going to talk to the lift attendant. I think we need to go down to, well, we'll check the drowning winch, and then we'll check the Bulwark Hall if necessary. Couple of things to unlock here. It looks like we do need to go down to the Bulwark Hall. Ah, here we go. And this will be the next remembrance. We'll proceed to the State Hall.
The Garleans are another matter altogether.
So much for our alliance.
It's sunk beyond the seabed.
Brothers and sisters of the sea, hearken unto me. Look upon this, our mighty crimson standard, and tell me your hearts do not swell with pride. 700 summers have come and gone since our forefathers first ran aground in this fertile bay. In that time, guided by the Mother of Oceans, Limsa Lominsa has grown from humble fishing village to uncontested ruler of the 5 seas and beyond.
Did you look as the Admiral bid you? It is a rather stirring standard, I must say. The crimson field is meant to signify the blood of fallen crewmates, while the black longship represents a pirate vessel.
When the Garlean Empire marched upon Eorzea, we assembled beneath the Maelstrom standard, and our grand company was reborn. All answered the call, from the Knights of the Barracuda to Hilthier's bloody executioners. And together we met our would-be conquerors upon the field of Carteneau. That day, the world bore witness to the united strength of Limsa Lominsa. I swear to you, no army ever fought harder or with more courage, yet many of ours did not survive. Join me now in remembering those who fought in the name of freedom and fell. May their souls be returned to the sea.
Freedom. Yes, they have always been.
But then it wouldn't match the lore, Sassafras.
Much as the beast tribes have. A small wonder. Beneath the surface, one would struggle to tell them apart.
Now, I do have to say that usually when I play, I skip all this, but because I'm streaming this for everyone else's benefit, I'm leaving all this in.
It has been 5 long years since the calamity struck. 5 long years of tireless rebuilding. Yet still the wounds of the calamity fester and weep.
But
when I stand atop the mizzenmast and gaze out upon our battered and broken vessel, I see an undying spirit. Did we not build all this from the wreck of the Galadian all those centuries ago? Shall we not do so again? Yet there are those who would see this ship of ours sink beneath the waves of the restless Rotano.
I'm not sure if you need an interpreter for the fantasy speech or the sea speech.
The Sahagin creep ashore seeking blood for their accursed god.
Those fishbuck
The Sahagin
bastards.
have risen?
While the mines of Ogomero spew forth kobolds who push ever south, despoiling our lands as they go. These savage beast tribes will be the first waves to crash against our creaking hull. And behind them swells the grim tide of the Garlean Empire. Even now the curs fly their flags within our borders. Doubt not, but that they will be upon us ere long. We are well nigh surrounded, yet there are those among us who would rather turn their swords against their crewmates than our cannons against our foes. How can we hope to repel our many enemies when mutiny breeds below deck? There is but one course left to us, one bearing that will bring us victory over the beast hordes and the Empire both, and see this ship safe to port. We must mend the rift the Calamity has reopened twixt pirate and maelstrom, and stand fast with our adventurer brothers against the coming tempest. Mark ye well, a crew without unity is no crew at all. 'Tis but a mass of drowned men. To me, then, brothers and sisters of the sea, gather beneath the undying crimson standard, and pledge me your strength, your skill, your wisdom. And with the guidance of the navigator, this great vessel of ours shall ride the waves till sea swallows all.
Long live the Admiral!
Gather the lads!
Oh, where's me cutlass?
I'll follow ye to the seven hells, Admiral!
Nope, it's like another little add-on scene with Alphino and Alice.
Fancy meeting you again.
As the Admiral mentioned in her address, Limsa Lominsa is plagued by two beast tribes. The first are the fish-like Sahagin, worshippers of the primal Leviathan. The second are the kobolds who dwell beneath the earth and take the primal Titan for their god. As if the beast tribe's presence weren't troublesome enough, the Garleans have also chosen to erect a fortress right in the Lominsians' backyard. And that is to say naught of internal strife. As a nation of pirates, there is no end to the blood feuds between the various factions, and while they fight amongst themselves, the Garleans whet their blades and watch. If the Lominsians are to have any hope of withstanding the Empire, they must first resolve their own affairs. Differences must be set aside, and the primal threat dealt with once and for all. To this end, I expect they will soon take decisive action against the beast tribes. Mark my words, the Maelstrom Standard will be drenched a deeper shade of crimson ere long. That a capable adventurer like you would be a valuable addition to their crew is beyond question. Alright, we got one more set of cutscenes to do over in Ul'dah. And then we will make our choice back at the Vesper Bay. I agree, Dragon. If you start with it, you should finish with it. And like you said, not the half and half. Like, seriously, how much more would it have been just to finish that off entirely? Go back up to the airship. Actually, no. Where's my return to? Steps annulled. We'll just hit return. It's free and it's fast. We got about an hour left, and then we will be raiding out. Alright, let's see. We are in Ul'dah. We are going to go to the Chamber of Rule. Do a little sprint. And there's our destination. However, we'll look over this at first. We got all the trees, we got everything decorated.
Behold, 'tis the Sultana Nanamo herself!
And Roban as well!
Hark you, souls of flame, drawn to the bosom of the desert, where the fire burns brightest and shall rage forevermore. Hurrah! Roban! Where since antiquity, under the sage and judicious rule of the Ul dynasty, we have brought sand into gold, where by the grace and glory of Nalthal have our brave sons and daughters flourished and prospered. I speak of Ul'dah!
There, at the Flame General's back lies the Grand Company's standard. Note the sigil. The golden scales of order balance the jewel of prosperity with the flame of might.
Great and many are the gifts our nation has given the realm. In Eorzea's darkest hour, on the killing fields of Cartano, none spent more in blood and gold than we. Thus was the 7th Imperial Legion laid low.
So that's how it happened. How soon history forgets.
Yet many left our gates, never to return. Let us pray for our absent brothers and sisters, that they might know happiness in the great beyond, as Thal's honored guests. If the fates were fair, the price we paid that day would have bought us victory. Alas, they are not. And now, but 5 years into this 7th Umbral era, the spirit of sacrifice which granted us our strength is all but dead. Look around you. What do you see? A people divided, downtrodden, and enthralled. Where are the merciful alms of the rich? Where is the just steel of the righteous? I ask you, is this the great nation our brothers and sisters gave their lives to save? You who call this living, dishonor the name of the immortal flames. It is but a slow death. Our enemies surround us. The savage hordes of the Amalja wait beside our roads, strangling the lifelines of trade. Meanwhile, the Garleans make mock of our borders and despoil our land of its natural wealth. We stand on a precipice, yet we do not act. Whether trader or soldier, monetarist or royalist, all must recognize that a divided Ul'dah stands to fall. Victory and fortune walk hand in hand. Ye who seek glory and wealth, look not to what little you can snatch from your neighbor, but to the boundless wealth of the world beyond. Now is the time to unite. Now is the time to ride forth. In the name of the Sultana, I beseech you. Line not your own coffers, but those of the immortal flames. Seek not to prosper from Ul'dah, but to restore her to prosperity. As the realm prospers, so shall Ul'dah. As Ul'dah prospers, so shall her people. Ya for Ul'dah!
Together we are one.
people of Ul'dah, I, Nanimo, 17th in the line of Ul, address you. Much has been made of the wealth of Ul'dah. Yet those who measure that wealth in coins and carats are gravely deceived. For the true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her people. Beloved subjects, I bid you raise aloft the torch of Ul'dah, that her flames might serve as a beacon for all Eorzea to see.
Long live Nanamo!
Glory to the Sultana!
For victory and fortune, stride fearless into the inferno, for we are by fire reborn!
Alright, should be another little scene, then we'll go back to the Vesper Bay.
Fancy meeting you again.
Ah, these two once more. The Uldans have a long history of conflict with the Amaja, the beast tribe that worships the primal Ifrit. Judging by your look of distaste, I take it you have encountered them. The Uldans do not shy from confrontation. If aught threatens their precious prosperity, they will seek to crush it. So have they dealt with Ifrit thus far, smothering his flames each time he is stoked to life. Yet he is but one of several problems, and though they have been quiet these past 5 years, the Garleans have not gone away. Meanwhile, refugees continue to arrive in droves, and Ul'dah has no clear policy on how to deal with them. After all, not even the Sultanate's coffers are bottomless, and even assuming they had the coin, resources will ever be finite. Which brings me back to the subject of Ifrit. It has been observed that the Amaja are summoning him with ever-increasing frequency. Every time they do so, the Uldans send their forces to smite the Primal, and though they invariably succeed, each victory is bought with blood. It is a war of attrition, which they cannot well sustain. Small wonder, then, that the Immortal Flames are eager to recruit more members. At such desperate hour, an adventurer of your experience would be a most welcome addition to their ranks. For their sake, I hope that the Flame General's words struck a chord with you. And away Alice walks. Alright, that should be our last cutscene. We'll go back. Oh, nope. The Linked Pearl. This is Minfilia. You are well, I hope. Would I be correct in thinking that the final Remembrance service is now concluded? A moment ago, you say. What a coincidence. Jesting aside, I trust you remember our guests from the Grand Companies. Well, delighted though we are to have them here at the Waking Sands, it would not do to keep them in suspense any longer than necessary. In short, hurry back. Alright, we will go ahead and pop one of these little Aetheryte tickets. We will make our way back to the Waking Sands over in Vesper Bay. We will make our decision. Now, as I've said, I've gone through the other 2 Grand Companies. I've yet to have anybody in the Immortal Flame, so that is who we are going to choose at this time. Alrighty. Welcome back. Were the Grand Company leader's words as illuminating as you had hoped? Aye, each nation is beset with problems. I trust you see now why your services are in such demand. Would that there were more of you. But you must be tired from your journey. Why don't you rest a while and take a moment to reflect on your decision? Once your mind is made up, pray. Give the Grand Company officers your answer. We'll go ahead and accept.
The gods only know what grand company our adventurer friend will keep. The wheels of change are in motion regardless.
Brother, are you certain this course is best?
Whatever do you mean, dear sister?
The so-called remembrance ceremonies were little more than standard waving rallies, as though the Calamity and Seventh Umbral era warranted scarcely a mention.
Well, of course they were standard waving rallies. Since you are so observant, mayhap you noticed what mention was made of the Warriors of Light? None. I suppose they must have forgotten the heroes who spared Eorzea a fate worse than the Calamity? No, dear Alisaie, they haven't forgotten these details. They have elected to omit them. Deep are the wounds the Calamity inflicted upon Eorzea. So deep, in fact, that the realm still bleeds. Needless to say, the beast tribes and their primals do little to alleviate the pain. So, the task of salving Eorzea's wounds falls to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, with a little help from our friends, the Grand Companies. Remembrance will yield no remedy. If our world is to heal, we must put the horrors of the Calamity behind us.
Our grandfather would never entrust the fate of the realm to despots who rewrite history to their convenience. There must be another way to cure what ails this world, and I need to find it.
You are most welcome to try. Our paths may differ, but our destination is the same. In time, I dare say we will see eye to eye.
I should hope so.
My lady, we are to escort you.
Hope does not come into it. We share the burden of this fate, dear sister, and will prevail together or not at all. The salve will serve not only to close up our present wounds, but prevent old ones from opening anew.
Alright. Let's see here. Talk to the middle gentleman. Welcome back, adventurer. I take it General Ruban's words kindled a fire within you. We are going to join the immortal flames. Excellent! I feared that the incident with the traitor may have soured your opinion of us. It gladdens me to see that that isn't the case. But before we can count on you as one of our own, you must be formally inducted into our ranks. We're going to accept. Please proceed to the Hall of Flames and identify yourself to the personnel officer. I will notify him of your coming. With your strength joined to ours, we shall surely prevail over our enemies, be they beastmen or Imperials. Alright. Got 70 seconds until we can use our ability, so we will go out to the Kokobo and Kokobo back to Ul'dah. Nope. Yep, still can't purchase anything. Alright. 2 minutes to Ul'dah. While we're doing that, I'm going to step away briefly for a drink. I will be right back. Okay, everybody, we are back. Sorry I had to step away get another drink. All these cutscenes are very, very thirsty business. Alright, so come in here, and Mortal Flames are just down around the corner. Whee! Let's see here. Where's our personnel officer? There he is. What brings you to the Hall of Flames this evening, adventurer? Believe you are expecting me? I thought as much. You are just our man that the Waking Sands described. It is an honor to meet you, sir. Now, in order to formalize your... Sir! Hi, Clueless Cat. No, this is not my first time playing. I have several characters. This is patch 5.4. In patch 5.3, they made a lot of changes to the main story quest line. Going back through to get a better feel for it, see how it's changed exactly. It's actually a lot more streamlined. They've actually allowed you to progress through it and level at the same time at a steady rate instead of having to do storyline and then do side quests to try to get to enough levels to pick it up to the next part. So I've not done any side quests right now. I've done only the main story quest. I've done the class quest for my gladiator, and I've done a couple of I wouldn't say side quests, I've done a couple of unlocks. And the unlocks have been to, get your retainers, unlock certain abilities like your glamours and your dyes. Yes, I have to agree. It was a little rough, especially now that we're so far in. We've got 3 expansions. The 4th is around the corner, and it's like, okay, but it's so rough to get through A Realm Reborn. And now it's so far it really hasn't. Like I said, there's been a couple of unlock quests that I've done for actually glamours and dyes, and I think that's pretty much it. There hasn't been a lot of the done a couple of left mets, and that's about it. So it's actually been doing much better. And I'll show you one of the items in my inventory that's really been helping out. Imperial, sir. They fired on a high-wind Skyways airship. Scouts say she's coming down to the west, near Horizon's edge. Bloody hells! Of all the times for this to happen. Lil Wolf, there's no time for formalities. The Immortal Flames need your help now. We're in the midst of a large-scale operation against the Almaja, and we have no one to spare in Western Thanlin. You must get to that airship before the Garleans do. If there are any survivors, see that they do not come to further harm. Now go. So we just chose our Grand Company. We got a brief introductory quest before we can do some hunt logs and get our Kokobo. But, so Clueless Cat, this item right here, the Vesper Bay Aetheryte ticket. Instead of having to go to Horizon and then take a Kokobo out to Vesper Bay, those tickets have been allowing me to teleport directly to the city, which is a sight easier than what was happening before. It has been wonderful. Actually, the retainers were unlocked during the main story quest instead of a side quest this time. Where before you would go to Momodi, though, now you just, directly part of the storyline out at the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, you directly unlock retainers now, part of that one. There's a lot of back and forth that has been removed, not a great amount. Yes, they finally realized that was very tedious. I had forgotten that there was even a Kokobo keep there. That's my bad, though. But yeah, there's a Kokobo keep there, but again, you'd have to come to Ul'dah or Horizon, Kokobo out there. Those Aetheryte tickets, they give you a dozen of them. And I've tried to save them for the more distant traveling, instead of just in the main area. But yes, it's been, like I said, we're level 27. I haven't really done all that much. You know, all main story quest lines. Let's see. That's those primal side story. These are all side quests. I've done none of those. Done a little bit of the Way of the Gladiator. No seasonals or anything yet. I've done a couple of the Battlecraft leves. Go ahead and jump off. But yeah, it definitely was a very tedious one. We are too above the level. Must level sync. An adventurer? What are you doing out here? Oh wait, let's find some cover first. Tom and Foolery, a pleasure to see you, good sir. I heard you had a wonderful stream earlier. The Immortal Flame sent you. How do I know you're not an Imperial spy? You don't even have a uniform. Are you alright, sir? Our scouts reported the attack on your craft. We've come to rescue you. Lil Wolf Ariston, yes? Glad to have you with us. I have not seen a craft of this design before. The trader Garland has been busy. The secrets of Magitech are ours by right. They are not to be squandered upon the savages of this land. We are taking this craft back to the fortress. Dismantle it if you must, and bring the engineer. Someone must pay for Garland's crimes. They mean to take the ship back to Castrum Meridium, along with your friend. Wedge, you have to help him. That fool of a Lalafell was hiding inside the tiny Bronco. Nice looking ship, though not the best place to have taken shelter, I agree. It's the first airship we've built since the Calamity. The first since Master Garland. Well, since he went missing. After years of work, she was finally ready for her first flight test. She was soaring. She really was. Till those bastards blasted her out of the sky. We attack on my command. Kill them quickly and save the Lalafell if possible. Is that clear, Lil Wolf? Show them what becomes of those who play with fire. Charge! We're under attack! To arms! Alrighty. Let's get this battle underway. Let's work on some of these other guys first. And once again, I'm synced to a level where I don't have my third ability. always like to take the back guys out, the ranged guys. Don't think we're going to have much troubles with all this. Alright, one last guy. Shouldn't take too long to take him out. Nope, we got a few extras. We're going to skip them and go straight for this Imperial Dukanen. Oh! Alright, take out the ranged guy. Then we'll work on the Magitech armor. Go ahead and throw our Iron Will. Draw the aggro to us. Keep them off of our guys. If we can. Let's take this guy out. Alright. Grab the Magitech armor. Throw a Provoke. Make sure he's on us. There we go. Go ahead and hit him with a Shield Bash. Give him a stun. Dodge out of the way. Not a hard fight overall. Gonna hit our fighter flight. Hey. There you go. Come back to me. Stop targeting everybody else. Where are you going? Come back here. Give him a good stun. Stop running around, you dandy. There we go. He's out. Biggs! Wedge, you shouldn't have stayed with the ship. Yeah, that was a close one. Too damn close. So, how's she look anyway? The auxiliary propeller is a dead loss, but I think we can wring enough thrust from the main propeller to get us airborne. A few minor modifications and we should be able to fly the tiny Bronco home. The Imperials will come looking for their scouts, but we can defend this position until the engineers leave. You should go. You still have unfinished business to attend to at the Hall of Flames. You're not quite one of us yet, though anyone who'd seen you in action today would be forgiven for thinking otherwise. I just wanted to say sorry, for calling you an Imperial spy and all that. Got that one wrong, didn't I? Haha. Seriously though, if it hadn't been for you and the Immortal Flame lads here, we'd be chained up in a dungeon by now. I'm in your debt, friend. We both are. Wedge. Thank you. We're very grateful. Alright. Levels no longer synced. We're coming out of the instance location. We're going to continue our run over here to Horizon. We'll grab the Kokobo and we will dash back to Ul'dah. Actually, we got our return. It's free. Yes, I heard it was quite a showing, Tom. I'm going to have to go back and watch it. Alright. Here we are. Back to the personnel officer. Welcome back. Word of your deeds in the field reached me not long ago. Exemplary service. Some of the things that we think aren't going to do much, Tom, actually turn out to be huge, huge successes. Rest assured that Garland Ironworks engineers are fine. They were able to get their vessel back in the air before Imperial reinforcements arrived. Your willingness to assist on such short notice is to be commended. Clearly, your reputation is well deserved. Now then, I believe we have some unfinished business. Shall we continue from where we left off and induct you into the Immortal Flames? Alright. You are now Immortal Flames members. Are you ready? Then let us begin. You are stand poised to enter a sacred trust. The flames of Ul'dah burn bright, casting light where there is dark, and purging evil wheresoever it lurks. We are ever ready to meet the nation's enemies in battle, be they beastmen, Garleans, or worse. And at a word from Flame General Ruban Aldine, we would gladly lay down our lives to maintain the peace and prosperity of Ul'dah. To join our ranks, you must forsake all other nations. Only then may you commit yourself to the fire and be reborn as an immortal flame. Burn as one of us. Together we shall chase the darkness from Ul'dah. Will you swear an oath to mark this occasion? My sword belongs to Ul'dah. Spoken like a soldier. You'll do well here. Very well. Your resolve is plain. I hereby confer upon you the rank of Flame Private 3rd Class. Welcome to the Immortal Flames, Private. May you fight to the last for coin and country. No problems, buddy. Hopefully you come back. I've only got about 24 minutes, and then I'm probably going to be raiding out to Defuli or MK. I usually stream until they pick up, and then I raid out to them. Can you hear me? This is Minfilia. An officer of the Immortal Flames contacted me with news of your enlistment. My congratulations, Private Ariston. I have no doubt that you are eager to make the acquaintance of your new comrades, but I would ask that you pay a visit to your old ones first. Remember that you are now a Flame of Ul'dah. You are no less a Scion. Pray, return to the Waking Sands at your earliest convenience. There are some friends here whom I would very much like you to meet. We shall be waiting. Seems your presence is required elsewhere. But before you leave, perhaps you could find a moment to speak with Commander Swift. He is not one to see new recruits go into the field unprepared. Why is that command not working? That command should be working. Huh. That is very suspicious. I will have to look into that. That command should work. You may now accept the quest My Little Kokobo by speaking with Swift. This quest must be completed in order to proceed to the end of the main scenario for A Realm Reborn. So we are going to pick up that quest before we continue on the main storyline. Grand Companies. You are now a member of a Grand Company and have been assigned Private 3rd Class. Your Grand Company rank can be confirmed under the Profile tab on your character screen. Grand Companies pay their members not in guild but in company seals. You can confirm how much you have in your currency tab. A Grand Company Quartermaster is stationed at each Grand Company headquarters and will exchange items for seals. Company seals are only redeemable within that Grand Company that issued them. Grand Companies are in constant need of supplies to maintain their daily operations. You can earn experience in company seals by crafting items and turning them in. Items sought every day. They can be confirmed by selecting timers located under the duty menu. So first things first, we're going to come talk to Swift. We're going to get our Kokobo quest. Private Ariston, yes? A moment of your time, if you please. You wish to carry out your duty swiftly, do you not? Well then, perhaps you should get yourself a Kokobo. If you're interested, the Immortal Flames will furnish you with one. It's not a complex process, but it does require some paperwork. First, speak to the quartermaster to obtain the Kokobo insurance. Or issuance. I keep saying insurance, but it's issuance. You'll need to exchange company seals in order to do so. Once you've received your issuance, show it to Mimigon by the Gate of Nald. He'll be the one to furnish you with a bird. Alright. So, easiest way to get your seals is to go to your hunting log for your Grand Company. We're going to want to go to Eastern Thanalin to the Sand Gate and get some hunters. We're not going to go into Halatala yet. We have to unlock that still. So yeah, best place to go currently. And we'll spend a little bit of money on this. We'll go out to Eastern Thanalin, we'll go out to Camp Drybone, and we'll head over to the Sand Gate over here and get us some hunters. Still wondering why Lurk did not work. It should have. We are going to try to finish this small quest up. Because I really want to get a Kokobo. I am tired of walking everywhere. But yes, we are going to come over here. This is the Sand Gate area. Come over here, take care of a couple of Amalja hunters. And that should give us our 240 seals, and I think we only need 200 to go and get our issuance so that we can get our Kokobo. Javelineer, hopefully he doesn't aggro us. He did not. Here's our hunter. We will go ahead and take this guy out. I think we need 3 total. And we do indeed need 3. That is our 3rd one. We finished off our log. We now have 240 company seals. We have no other currencies at the moment. We'll use our teleport. And we'll go back to New Gridania. I went to New Gridania. I needed to go to Ul'dah. I am crazy in the membrane. Go to the airship and we'll go the other route so I'm not spending too much money. Passage to Ul'dah. Alright, here we go. Again, we'll take care of that quest next week. And we'll go down to the Ruby Road Exchange. Sprint! Go! Whee! It's a little cute little snowman. And a bigger snowman. So we'll go to the Quartermaster. We will go to Flame Chocobo Issuance. Takes 200 of our 240 seals that we got. We will go the faster route. We will go into the Aetheryte Crystal, go over to the Adventurers Guild where the Chocobo Porter is that they were talking about. We will finally have our Chocobo. Though I need to buy some greens. Here's Mimigun, the Chocobo Key. What? Want a bird issued, you say? Then you'll need to see your Flame Chocobo, or then I'll need to see your Flame Chocobo issuance. We will hand that over. Yes, everything appears to be in order. A moment, please. I'll be right back with your Chocobo. And here he is. The fellow has been in high spirits the past few bells. He must have sensed that his master was coming. Now then, to make it official, you want to give your noble steed a name. Quay. Quay? Alright, we need a name. Names are not my forte. Yeah. We'll call him Wolfson. Quay. And off he goes. Now, most cities you cannot ride your Chocobos in. Heh, I dare say he likes his name. Here is your very own Chocobo whistle. Simply blow into it, and your feathered friend will come bounding to your side. But do forgive him if he doesn't respond when summoned in crowded city areas or monster-infested lairs. Chocobos are stout-hearted creatures, but they have their limits. And lastly, present you with your Chocobo rider's license, as is required by law. And that concludes all the formalities. I wish you and your Chocobo long years of fulfilling companionship. Personal Chocobos. You can use a Chocobo whistle to acquire the action to summon your personal Chocobo. Unlike rental, there is no time limit regulating how long you may remain on Chocobo back. Remember, however, there are areas, such as highly populated cities and narrow dungeons, that your Chocobo will refuse to enter. The action to summon your Chocobo can be set to your hotbar, and is located within your mount guide found under the Character menu. Chocobo armor or barding can be equipped via the companion interface under the Character section of the main menu. So we can go under Character, we can go to Companion. These are the stats. I don't have anything to summon him with. We have skills and the appearance, which I can change some of that stuff. First, we get to use our whistle. Now I can summon a Chocobo. Let's see though, however, alright. So we need to go to back out to Western Thanland to go back to the Waking Sands. It's probably where we're going to wrap it up. So let's go to the Gates of the Sultana. We will actually take our motorcycle. Now, fans of the series will probably recognize this motorcycle. It is from the Final Fantasy VII game. It is the one that Cloud Strife drives on the road. As well, earlier when we were dealing with the airship that crashed, the Tiny Bronco is also from the Final Fantasy VII game. You get it from Sid, who is an airship engineer in that game as well. And it crashed. There's been the materia that they've mentioned earlier was also in the Final Fantasy VII game, and you equipped it into weapons and armor to give you different abilities. So they definitely pull from a lot of the lore of a lot of the Final Fantasy franchise into this game. Let's see, I don't think we have anything to recommend in this area. Ah, Lead Koblenz over by the footballs. Now this, I don't think is the right area, though. I want to say that it's out this... No, that's Cape Westwind. Oh, they might be out there. So I don't remember them being in this area. Let's take a quick look. No. They're definitely out further, past the bloated bogies that we were doing earlier. So we'll run out there real quick after we stop into the Waking Sands. So which hunt log are they? Lead Koblenz at the footballs. I remember, don't drive your motorcycle in the buildings. Alright. Let's see what this is all about, then we'll probably actually have to wrap up. Welcome back. It seems you wasted no time putting your skills to work. How do I know? Why, the recruitment officer called to regale me with the tale of your heroics. The pride in his voice was palpable. We Scions are truly fortunate to have you with us, Lil Wolf. Firelynx, thank you for the raid, buddy. How was your stream? Now, when last we spoke, I said that I wanted you to meet some friends, did I not? Well, I neglected to mention that you have already met. Tataru, please show them in. This way, sirs. Final Fantasy is going well. We just got to choose our Grand Company, just unlocked our ability to ride mounts with the Kokobo license, and everything's going rather well. Thanks again for getting us out of that mess. We owe you our lives. But I don't think we've properly introduced ourselves. I'm Biggs. And I'm... Gods, man. Spit it out, will you? Wedge, at your service. I am pleased to say that Biggs and Wedge will be staying with us for a while. Magitech-driven contraptions such as airships grow ever more vital to the city-states of Eorzea. As a neutral party, it was judged that we Scions should serve as the keepers of this technology. Of course, for this we needed the knowledge of experts, and so we requested the assistance of Garland Ironworks, who very kindly sent us 2 of their finest engineers. Our happy family continues to grow. On behalf of the Scions, I bid you welcome to the Waking Sands. Like every soul here, I love Eorzea. And I count myself blessed to have been given this chance to stand with you all and fight for the future of the realm. Never have I known such fulfillment, such happiness. Now see, that command works. I'm wondering why the other one does not. Huh. Very odd. Alright, let's go ahead and talk to Minfilia.
Now, having set aside the formalities, we have a favor to ask of you. Urianger, have the documents arrived from the students of Baldessian?
Aye, my lady. They arrived but recently.
We have conducted a study at the behest of the Order of the Twin Adder. Papalymo, Ida, a synopsis, if you would.
Our task was to survey the behavior of the Sylphs, a beast tribe indigenous to the Twelveswood.
Oh, how to describe them. They look like Gisselcreens, floating ones, that worship the primal Ramu.
Ahem. Though technically a beast tribe, Sylphs are blessed with a comparatively personable demeanor, conducive to peaceful communication.
Offering us an invaluable opportunity to learn what the beast tribes know of the primals.
While Ramu's existence is well documented, the Sylphs do not, or perhaps cannot, summon the primal any longer, insofar as can be ascertained. Until such time as we know, it would be unwise to assume that the threat posed by the primal has passed.
Which leaves Gridania with the added worry of not knowing what they should be worrying about.
If that's not
In
confusing.
that regard, they are hardly alone. What we can say with absolute certainty is that Gridania has its hands full fending off Garuda, who, I need hardly remind you, is among the most savage and terrible of all known primals.
In short, it is essential that we approach the Sylphs in as diplomatic a manner as possible. Words and actions can be misconstrued. The only sure way to communicate our intentions is the echo. Winning the Sylphs' favor may well bring us a step closer to mitigating the threat of the primals. Will you help us? I am grateful.
Lovely. Well, as much as I'd like to help, I'm afraid I would be of little use to anyone in Gridania. A veritable babe in the woods. Ida and Papalymo, however, should be able to see the forest for the trees. Is that not so, Minfilia?
Indeed. You are willing?
Leave it to me.
Us, Ida, us!
Quest is accepted. Let us see. Alright. We need to go to the Adder's Nest. I do believe that is going to be in New Gridania. Let's see here. Yay, the shop is finally open. So at this point, after you've chosen your grand company, you come back and finish the part. You get a supplier and an armor mender back here. So you can go ahead and mend anything that you need to, and you have a supplier. Potions, high potions, ethers, high ethers, but you also have the Waking Sands orchestration roll. This is a collectible type item. And there we go. Bit expensive, but figured go ahead and show you where it's at and go ahead and purchase it. Now, once we get to New Gridania, I believe we are going to go ahead and jump to an inn room, or we might just head back to Ul'dah and jump into an inn room there, because it is just about wrapping up time. We will be unlocking job quests in the next adventure next week, hopefully. Like I said, we do have a couple of things that we want to wrap up next week. We've got the Ill-Conceived Venture. We have It Could Happen to You, which is the Gold Saucer quest line. We got a few things to look up there and take care of in that area. So we're going to go back to Ul'dah. We'll go back to the Adventurers Guild, and we'll show off some of the things really quickly in the inn room that we have unlocked. Alright, run over here, talk to the innkeeper, and we'll retire to our room. So those orchestration roles go throughout the game, and if you come over to your orchestration, display the roles that I've obtained, and we can actually play the Waking Sands here in our room. And change the music. We also have the summoning bell, where we can call on Phylinx, our wonderful retainer, and we can put some stuff away like the die, Glamour Dispeller, Grade 1 Dark Matter. We can have our retainer sell our gil, and we can sell our items. Mole meat is only going for literally 1 gil, so we're not going to worry about selling that. We will just go ahead and have the retainer sell it. The Outgoat chunk. This is the high quality version, which is only going for 15, so we will try to sell it for 13, just a couple of gil less. That means the Outgoat chunk I'll try to sell for 10 because it is the normal quality. Horns, I think, usually go for a little bit. Yeah, they go for 500 a piece, so we'll go 490, see if we can't get that out of somebody. And Imp Wings, I think, are 1 gil. They are, so we're just going to sell them directly. We don't need to try to do things. Antidotes, I'm not worried about. We can go ahead and sell those. Aethers, we don't need. We're going to go ahead and sell those as well. And the sword and shield that we got from the quest line sell for a little bit of a pretty penny, so we're going to try for 220 even for the sword. And for the Iron Lantern shield, we will try for 20. What do they sell for normally? 7. So yeah, 20 is fine. We'll go ahead and do that. And we'll take care of that. Crystal Bell, we're not going to use. That's for the Assistician, where you can change your looks in the game. And we will do that once we do the quest line in Limbs of Laminsa. The toy chest, we haven't unlocked any mini games. The Glamour Dresser, we unlocked this in this adventuring round. If you come across a piece of gear whose design tickles your fancy, you may be able to store it in the Glamour Dresser, where it will be instantly transformed into a glamour. This can be confirmed via the item's help window. Once stored in the Glamour Dresser, images of the gear can be applied to glamour plates, and then equipped via the plates at your leisure. Note, however, that gear stored in your Glamour Dresser cannot be equipped until removed from the Glamour Dresser. So if it's got the little middle icon on it, let's bring up our character. So when it has the little middle icon, it can be glamored. Now to turn it into a glamour, I do believe you have to put the item in here and it'll turn into a glamour, but to do so, you have to have actual glamour prisms. Now the armoire holds seasonal items. If we go to remove an item, you have artifact armor, seasonal gear 1 through 5, achievements, and exclusive extras. A lot of this is stuff from pre-orders and collector's edition items. But that is going to be it for the day. We're going to go ahead and see if somebody else is on, which they are. So we are going to go ahead and raid our good buddy Defuli. He is another variety streamer. I hope everybody has had a wonderful time. Again, we will continue this next week, where we will pick up with some miscellaneous quests and stuff that we are going to need to do with unlocking some more abilities for our retainers, unlocking a few more items. I hope everybody has had a wonderful time. I hope you join me next week. Until then, take care.